Hi there, my name is Jared Dunn. I'm a crypto enthusiast and expert, having worked for major engagement firms supporting dozens of ICOs as team lead for moderators, and also missing out on more than one opportunity to be a crypto millionaire myself. I've also been involved with contributing to open source platforms or solutions for crypto trading algorithms and have 40 plus GitHub repositories, mostly surrounding crypto arbitrage or other algorithmic trading bots. In this live stream, we'll be completing the requirements for a contract I'd bid on and won on a popular freelancing marketplace. It's also my introductory live stream here on Live EDU, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we can have some engagement from potential viewers. I've recruited the help of a Skype call of a friend of mine who's a novice programmer and will provide insightful dialogue as I move forward with the live stream. I'd like to recruit volunteers from my subscribers list in the future to fill this role. The bot will be trading XBT USD perpetual contract on BitMEX, at first on spot and later using leverage. It will use trends provided by two momentum price intervals to provide entry and exit signals, as well as act exactly as the BitMEX API expects when it comes to the lot size and price increments. So let's have a look at the curriculum. In session 1, we'll be setting up the environment, starting by setting boundaries and expectations, the ages-old question of defining scope for an online contract. Setting up the programming environment for Windows using Node. Setting up the programming environment for Linux using Python. In session 2, we'll select the strategy, the coding language, and the exchange. We'll discuss the fact that the profitability isn't key here. We'll also discuss that we don't do high-frequency trading, rather time-sensitive executions like arbitrage in these types of scripts, and why. What is trending price momentum? How do we select buying and selling signals? The pros and cons of using Node, the pros and cons of using Python, the pros and cons of different exchanges. In session 3, we'll be building and testing language number 1. We'll start by discussing how we're using APIs to collect current and past prices, candles, or clients in Python. We'll apply this strategy to the collected data. Testing using real-time paper trading on the BitMEX testnet, which is a feature unique to BitMEX. And then testing using live funds with Python. We'll create a simple web interface for reporting and configuration using Python Django. In session 4, we'll build and test the language number 2, which is Node. And we'll complete the same steps that we did in session 3, except we'll be using Node and express.js for the front end. In session 5, we'll provide a conclusion. So, to summarize, we'll build a bot that trades a certain algo specified by the contract's hiring party, and then test it on the BitMEX testnet, and then deploy it using live funds to Heroku, where we'll see it in action. I'll be streaming each day from Thursday, September 20th, 2018, which is today, at 4 p.m. Eastern until 6 p.m., followed by the same time on the 21st and 22nd, which is tomorrow and Saturday, for 2 hours apiece. This is great. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there and having a good time. Cheers.
So my name is Jared Dunn. I'm a crypto enthusiast and blockchain expert, like I mentioned in my intro video. We're just having issues with my project manager being able to connect. However, we're going to cover a very specific situation, and he can see now, which is great. So let's see if I can get Skype audio on the go with the person who actually hired me on the popular freelancing marketplace to create this Bitcoin bot. He's agreed to let me teach him. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Hannah. We've been having issues getting the live stream and Skype to work at the same time, so we might not be able to pull off the trick that I was looking to do. Hi, Hannah, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you this time. That's great. That's awesome. So I think the live stream is on. We're about to start coding here. How was your day today, Hannah?
Pretty good. How's yours?
That's good. Mine's fantastic. So the goal for today is that we're going to cover some of the topics in the curriculum that I've outlined, and hopefully get forward in starting to code Hannah's bot. Basically, the idea was that there was an indicator on here. Let me share my screen with Hannah because I'm going to be teaching him as we go. And then can everybody let me know if the quality is still good on the live stream there, Peter? Anyway, so Hannah, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Good stuff. And then I don't know if anybody can hear Hannah because the Skype audio is kind of low. Either way, it'll still work for the purposes of the video. So I guess to start, what we're going to do then is we're going to go over setting up the environment. And the first thing that I wanted to talk about, Hannah, I didn't send you this overview, and I don't know if you have access to it. Let me just send it to you now so you have the overview. So the very first topic, Hannah, and I think that you'll appreciate this, is actually setting boundaries and expectations in a live contract on a freelancing marketplace. Because we did a fair bit of talking on the freelancing marketplace about how to accomplish the bot and whether or not it's going to be as profitable as the indicator on TradingView. So let me actually just pull up the indicator on TradingView and show everybody how profitable it should be on XBT. Inside of BitX. And this is really cool because they get to teach the room, and I think there's actually different people in the room right now. If they want to say hi, that'd be great. And I also get to teach Hannah how to code these bots. We're going to do it first in Python, and then we're going to do it again in Node. So we're going to accomplish the same thing, the same kind of front-end interface using Django as well as express.js. As well as the basic, interaction of the bot with BitMEX. So if I was to open the full-featured chart here on TradingView, I think the stream died. I wonder if people can still hear me. Anyhow, if they can hear me, we're going to go ahead and open up indicators here on TradingView. We might not be able to do the screen share here if what I think is going on is going on. I'm looking for, what is it again? It's the momentum strategy? Yep. So here it is right here. We can see actually the net profit has gone up significantly since I looked at it yesterday or the day before. The net profit on this strategy on BitMEX is showing 13.5% profit, which is tremendous. The max drawdown was 6.51%. And I guess the stream is fine. That's awesome. So I don't know if I'm actually viewing chat with the people who are here in the stream, but if anybody wants to say hi, they absolutely can. That's all right, Peter. So I think we're good now. So this indicator here on TradingView shows a significant amount of profit on BitMEX, and that's why Hannah has contacted me on the freelancing marketplace to recreate this strategy. Originally, he wanted to know if it was possible to use what was that tool called again that somebody mentioned to you? Is it called AutoView?
AutoView is an extension to many brokers.
Oh, okay. So it might not even be available on BitMEX. Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, it says that it is. So I guess that is one possibility. I just think it's going to be faster to code the exact same strategy inside of Python or Node and communicate with the BitMEX API directly. So if I was to look at the source code here, we'll see that the strategy overlays the TradingView. You see here that it's got entries and exits that are painted onto the chart. So that's the first line of code. The second line of code is that the length is going to be 12 inputs, which is just 12 candles. So on the minutely, are we on minutely here? Minutely. So it might be different results here now that we're on minutely. How do I get out of Either way, we do know that the entries and exits. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Strategy tester, besides the fine editor, you can see the results for the minute
Oh, a strategy tester, right. There we go. So yeah, we're down to 1.3.4% net profit, but remember that's over a shorter time frame because now the minutely resolution is showing us less time. It's only showing us actually a few hours here on the chart. I think if I scroll out, it'll probably update this. Oh, I'm not exactly sure how to use TradingView. Either way, what we're looking for is where am I? Strategy tester, Pine editor. Now, I guess we could go back to talking about the first point in the curriculum, which again was defining a clear and concise. Well, what did I call it exactly? A clear and concise boundaries and expectations. So when Hannah contacted me to convert this TradingView code into a bot that will work on BitMEX, we discussed at length. I guess if you remember, the fact that I'm not exactly sure if we can absolutely replicate this strategy with the same profit or even be profitable at all, which is actually a whole other point in the curriculum. Is that we'll visit later, is that the goal of creating this bot isn't really to be profitable, it's just to see what we can do with the bot. So Hannah and I talked at length about the fact that there's certain barriers that might interfere with the ability to replicate this bot. So for instance, one of the ones that I could think of without knowing for true whether it's true or not, and we're actually going to test this later when we're implementing the bot in Python and Node, but one thing that I could think of is that the bot might not react as fast as TradingView servers react. So for instance, if we get the information even a couple of seconds after TradingView gets the information and after all these other bots that are already executing on this strategy get the information, then we might see that the opportunity gets lost. Because if other bots are coded with the same strategy and they're taking up the limit orders before we're able to execute our limit orders, that means that the strategy, the indicated net profit that the TradingView sees will be lost on us. So after we agreed to continue and see if if we could test this, so in the confines of the contract that we agreed to, it says that we're only going to move forward if we test in Python and Node and using different libraries, whether or not we can see how long it takes for the minutely candles to hit after the minute, like after the 00 mark of the seconds on the minute, how long they take to hit each variation of what we're trying to do with the libraries and with the API connections, to see if it's even feasible, to see if there's anything like a 20 or 30-second delay. It's probably not feasible to code the bot, and we could just call it quits there. But I think it'll work out. I could be completely wrong. There could be other barriers. There could be things that I'm not thinking of that'll get in the way of us executing on time. Either way, that's one thing that we did go over in detail, and it's something that can help. And Pitar says everything's good to go and that we're streaming well and that everything's working fine, which is great. So I guess the real takeaway here and the learning objective is that if you're to create an online contract with somebody and you're looking to do work for them, it's very important to know for everybody up front what's possible, what might get in the way, what might not deliver to expectations, just in case there's a disagreement later about the deliverable, right? And Hannah, that made complete sense to you when we went over it, right? Yes. So, I mean, we built in protections for each other to make sure that money's not wasted if it's not going to end up being profitable or if it's going to end up to be too slow. We don't know yet until we actually start coding, which we'll start here in a few minutes or tomorrow. But either way, that's the first part in the curriculum, is just to define clear objectives, boundaries, expectations, and scope really is the word in project management, to make sure that everybody's liabilities are low and that the deliverables are expectations that can be met in a feasible situation. And I mean, I've been burned. I've known people who have been burned on the hiring side. I've been burned on the hiring side on freelancing marketplaces where the expectations were not set. So for instance, one time, maybe 10, 15 years ago, I hired somebody on the same freelancing marketplace when it had a different name to make Craigslist posts for me. So I had something, I forget what it was, I wanted to market across Craigslist, across different areas. I shouldn't say Craigslist, a barter site or whatever. Anyway, so the thing is, I wanted to have advertisements across cities. The person I hired agreed to do it. But they didn't actually put anything on the site where I wanted to see the posts. They just made a website with a bunch of different posts that looked not even anything like it, and then demanded the money. And then what they said is, in their country, it's illegal to disagree on a contract after it's been signed, blah blah blah, which it is in most places. But really, what the issue was that the expectations were not clear, and I didn't get what I wanted to pay for, so I didn't end up paying him. And then he tried to extort me out of the money. Actually, it was a really sad situation, and kind of turned me off of hiring people online for a while. Hannah, do you have much experience hiring people online?
Oh, I think you can see my
Profile, yeah. No, I did. I think you have some reviews, correct?
yeah, the conversation we had. I talked to you. I hire in the past people to do calculations for me as well as web design.
Yeah, and you mentioned you had another guy that's experienced in Python, right?
Yes, I worked with the programmer before, but this was something like I knew him before,
Right.
and then I decided to hire him for work. But
Right.
online it becomes harder, right?
It does, and I mean, there's so many issues with. It's really with scope, and that's why I wanted to make this particular point. This is a whole section in our curriculum before we even start to look at code. And I'm sorry I jumped into the Pine editor there really quick. I was going to go over the requirements, but really. It's very important, and I think you'll agree with me, and I think anybody that's worked online or hired online will agree with me that scope is very important to get up front, to get exact, and to make sure that there's again follow plans in case something doesn't work out. So again, what we agreed to was that it might not perform, it might not execute quickly. We'll try our best to make sure that we analyze that before we start to get into the meat of the contract and some of the milestones, in case we have to pull out. But if all works out, this should turn out to be a really profitable little bot. And if it does, I might put my own money into it. I wouldn't suggest anybody put money into something without doing further research of their own, and nor will I give investment advice. But we'll see during the course of these live streams. First on the testnet, and then later with Hannah's funds on the live net. What this is going to look like forward testing. There's not really a back testing suite that's in place for BitMEX that I know of on Python or on Node. We could create one, but that's a whole other story. But using the testnet, which is BitMEX's one of their unique features, it basically has an order book that is filled with test orders. They give everybody, I think, 0.01 Bitcoin to play with in fake Bitcoin, like testnet Bitcoin. It's not even on the real testnet, like the real Bitcoin testnet, but it's just on their servers. And everybody can try their strategies. The only problem with that is that it's not the real order book, which means that it doesn't reflect the actual Bitcoin price. I think they have some kind of bot that makes it look like the Bitcoin price over time. But the problem is that everybody's bots, A, there's really low volume. We can actually look at this. A, there's really low volume. And B, it's not real funds, so it doesn't reflect the actual Bitcoin price. So we have to sign up here. Can I close this? Yeah, I can. Log in. Let's register. Actually, we want the testnet going. Is it testnet.bitmex? And were you aware of the testnet, Hannah?
Yes, sometimes I perform some trades on testnet just to see if you.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, and it's a good idea for anybody that's coding. When I was originally creating this live stream description, I was saying that I was going to use paper trading in a different. Whoops. Something already exists. Oh, my email already exists. Plus BitMEX 123. Yeah, so I was going to use a Gecko suite for Node, which is a Bitcoin trading suite that works on other exchanges, and it also has a paper trading aspect as well as a backtesting aspect that we could have used to simulate the funds. Now that's not really accurate because it's called the observer effect. It means that if you're observing something, just interacting with it will change it, which is true for Forex and crypto and stocks and stuff. You can't really pretend to make a trade without knowing that if you would have made the trade, it would have affected the books. It would have made an actual trade. It would have affected all the other bots that are out there watching the books. So really, the only way to test this accurately, and I think Hannah knows this, is to first get it working on the testnet as we expected, and then actually throw live funds at it, which we plan on doing. So here I have to accept BitMEX's email. But I'll show you exactly what I mean. And I think this almost wraps it up for our first part in the curriculum. Now, I don't know, Hannah, if you took a look at Live EDU, where we're doing the live streams, but basically, it all revolves around making sure that we have small packageable sessions within the project. So the project, like everybody knows, if they watch my intro video, the project is going to be today for 2 hours until about an hour and 40 minutes from now. And then tomorrow, and then the next day at the same time for 2 hours. And Hannah's going to be here, I think, through all of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's great.
Awesome. So I mean, we will dive into the code here. We will learn. We will ask Hannah ask me as many questions as he wants to during the process, just because I think it'll help intrigue listeners, and it'll help also help build Hannah's own skill set in coding using Python and Node. And I think you mentioned you did have some experience with Python.
Yeah, very small experience.
That's all right. I mean, everybody starts somewhere, right? I mean, like I told you, I'm all self-taught. Basically, and if there's one takeaway that I'd like anybody that's listening right now or in the future to take, is that if you run into an issue when you're trying to do this stuff and you're self-learning on your own, as anybody in IT will know, if you can phrase the question correctly enough, there will be a Google result out there that, if not helps you or shows you what to do, it'll point you in the right direction, or at least tell you what to Google to make the question better. So some stuff that's not relevant to it all, but all of this stuff really has been achieved before and discussed before, at least in some kind of variation that you can appropriate to work for yourself. So that's one thing I would tell you, Hannah, and anybody listening, is that if you ever run into an issue, don't panic and don't let it get you down, right? Basically, all of this stuff is good research, and if you have the ability to Google stuff on your own normally throughout the day, then I think you'll be set to do this as well. So just to make this session a tiny bit longer, before we take a break, and Hannah, I hope it's okay with you if we just take a 3 or 5 minute break between these sessions. Again, I sent you the curriculum. The next two, I guess, are setting up the development environment in Node and Python and Windows and Linux. So I actually have these virtual machines here, which are running Windows and Linux, and I got some programs on them already. We'll get into that here when we get into the next session. Either way, what I wanted to look over before we get started is the testnet order book on BitMEX. So what we really need to do is open up a live BitMEX account and compare them side by side. I'm not going to remember that. And anybody can sign up for BitMEX. They don't have a verification process, which means that you could actually deposit and withdraw as much Bitcoin as you want, I think, without verifying your identity. They also allow leverage up to 100 times. And I'll probably sneak BitMEX referral link into my live stream notes here by the time I'm done, in case anybody wants to give me some referral fees. Basically, they give referrals a percentage of the fees of people they refer. But the real selling point of BitMEX is right here, this 100 times leverage that we can use to accelerate the process of returns, right? So let's say you had $1, you bought a Bitcoin for $1 when it was $1 on this site. It would actually BitMEX and the lenders there would give you the other $99, the other $100, which amplifies your earnings. So once you get past the fees, which are about 30%, I think, except for on Bitcoin where they're actually negative if you're the maker. So they'll give you a rebate if you're the maker on trades on the live net here on Bitcoin US dollar perpetual index or whatever it's called. Anyway, yeah. So the 100 times means that if it goes a percent up, that means that your earnings will be amplified 100 times, and you'll actually get 100 times percent back once you pay off the fees, if there are any on your trade, which is the real selling feature. A lot of people don't really like trading with 100 times leverage. They'll prefer 5 times or 10 times, which is still more than you get on most of the other popular exchanges. This is one of the reasons that BitMEX has some of the highest volume out of any Bitcoin exchange. So if you look at it on CoinMarketCap, I think it for some reason disparages against BitMEX because they're either no fee on Bitcoin US dollar or because of the 100 times leverage. But by the way, you can actually see right here on the live net we have $2.7 million worth of an order book here against it going up. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because that's a huge amount of volume for any exchange. But that's why we see it here on BitMEX, and that's why BitMEX usually makes the price as well among all these other exchanges. There's other interesting things here about BitMEX you should probably know. In the graph here, which is actually provided by TradingView. Oh, did I lose you? No. So in the graph here, it actually shows you the average, I think, of two other exchanges. I forget which ones they are right now, of the Bitcoin price, or any of the other assets they have here, which is this purple line, which can tell you where other exchanges think the price should be. And as you can see, sometimes it leads a little bit more, a little bit less. It's not really drastic. It's kind of drastic here. Let's change to the 1 minute chart. But yeah, so you can see it's a little bit higher than the price on BitMEX, which just means that the people on BitMEX are a bit more negative about the Bitcoin price at this very point in time. Which could mean one of two things. Either the average is going to come down or the BitMEX price is going to come up. But as you see, there's $2.3 million still against it going up. So I don't think it's going to. The volume doesn't really match until way down past where I'm looking at the volume, which is 10, I think, instances. So I think it's probably going to go down, to tell you the truth. Unless, for whatever reason, the average of other exchanges goes up and the people everywhere in the world think it's going up, in which case it'll eventually correct. Either way, that's basics about BitMEX. Let's take a look at the testnet here. So you see on the testnet, the volume is super, super small compared to the live net. Even though the price is about the same, the volume is not really there. And that's because the volume is only made out of people that are on the testnet with testnet funds. As you can see, I thought I was going to have some funds on the testnet. Why do I not have funds? Do you have funds on the testnet account there, Hannah?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you have funds on the testnet BitMEX account?
Yes, I do. I think I have just a small. Let me see.
That's okay. If you do, that'd be great, because apparently they didn't want to give me some testnet funds here for whatever reason, which we'll need in the future. So I mean, it's really easy. We just make an API key, and when we're ready to dive into the code, I'll use your API key for your testnet, and then of course I'll use your API key for your livenet. And of course I don't need withdrawal abilities on that API key. And I think BitMEX does let you set. Yeah, it does let you set the withdraw flag, but I don't need that for the. And it's very dangerous to give anyone your withdrawal keys for any exchange. Mind you, it's dangerous on most exchanges to give out your order keys too, because people could go ahead and write a bot that surreptitiously acts on low volume coins and puts a lot of your money at stake against orders that it fills on a different bot in their advantage. So always be careful when you're trying to trust people with your keys. I think Hannah and I have a good thing going, and I think that he knows that it's in my benefit, obviously, to make sure that I don't take his money, and it's also probably in his benefit to make sure that he doesn't give me all of his money in one account too, which is the benefit of BitMEX, because you can have as many accounts as you want. I think that about covers it for the first point. We're nearly up to 30 minutes now, which means we're going to take a 3 to 5 minute break. Hannah, is that fine with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will leave this. Actually, I think I have to open these in a certain order. So I'm going to kill the Skype call, kill the streaming, and we'll be back. And when we come back, we're going to cover setting up the node environment in Windows, which is a virtual machine I have. And to recap what we just talked about, a whole bunch of different stuff. Basically, how BitMEX works, how the testnet works, why I don't have funds in the testnet, I'm not sure. We covered basically how to make sure that your expectations and your boundaries and your scope is set before you start work, to avoid wasting anybody's time. Is the real benefit. And I see we have some new people joining the room, so if you guys want to say hi, that'd be great, and we will talk to you. Otherwise, I will be back, and Hannah will be back, and we'll be here in about 3 to 5 minutes to continue. So it's not dropping any frames. Which, hey, Hannah.
Hello.
Hey, so I just set the video bit right down to see if we can get the stream to perform a little bit better. I think we're on the right track. So in this session, it'll take us probably 25, 20, 30 minutes, who knows? We'll find out. We'll set up Node on a Windows environment for the second bot we're going to create. I kind of did it out of order because we're going to do the first bot in Python. However, let's get both of the environments set up, and we'll move forward. So again, we're doing Node inside of Windows. So have you ever set up Node before, Hannah?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and let me share my screen again, sorry. So basically, we'll talk about the advantages of Node and Python here in a little bit in the live stream. But basically, Node doesn't come packaged in either Windows or most Linux variants, so you'll have to download it. The process is different for each, but in future videos, I'll show you how to get Node inside of Linux, as well as Python inside of Windows. Most Linuxes do ship with a version of Python. It just might not work with whatever you're trying to accomplish. Can you see my screen, Hannah?
Not now.
No, you can't.
Sure.
How about now?
Not yet.
It says it should be sharing. There could be a delay too. Let me know if you can see it here in a sec. And let me know too, Paytar, how the stream is.
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm not sure what's going on with Skype. I'll call you back. Or actually, if you could call me, that'd be great.
I'll call you then.
Thanks. So we'll just let him call us back and see if we can get the screen share to work. I did want him to actually be on the screen share. The live stream. Okay, so let's see if I can share screen. How's that?
Loading, yeah. Now
Okay, brilliant. Good stuff. Temporary issue. Got it resolved. So here I am in Windows. You can see my virtual machine here.
Yes.
Awesome. So let's go ahead and search node install Windows. Good enough. First one is download nodejs.org. Sounds good. Doesn't sound like a scam. It's got a Windows installer, which sounds great. Again, the process is much different for Linux because you have to download the binaries. I think there's a source you can use that'll do it for you, but there's a whole different process. So again, my Linux, or rather, both of my platforms here, Linux and Windows, have a couple of different things already installed, like the Chrome browser, as well as Notepad++ in Windows, or Sublime Text in Ubuntu. So it's good to have a text editor. For instance, if I don't know, if I do some kind of language here that's unique to Python, like def function, for instance, which is just how to define a function named function. If I then save that file as python.py somewhere that's useful, for instance, if I really want to clone a GitHub repo we're going to use for this project, but if I just make a folder right now for this file. Actually, we want to do Node anyway first, don't we, in Windows? So let's try that. So we want to do something specific to Node. Let's try function test. Anyway, if I save this file as app.js, the text editor is going to be smart enough to notice the file extension and actually format our lines of code here and highlight them in colors that are useful. It's going to do a whole bunch of different things that are very useful. There's actually tools and plugins you can add that make it even more useful. For instance, debugging in the editor. All that stuff is possible using these advanced text tools. So again, there's Notepad++ in Windows. What do you use normally to format text and do code when you try the Python?
The same one you're using right now. I got recommended one time.
Oh yeah.
So, yes.
That's good. There's also like actual, I don't know what the word stands for, but IDEs that you can use that let you edit interactive something editor. Anyway, there's actually suites that you can use that'll let you have the executable for Python or Node within the editor and debug stuff, so you can actually set line breaks and things to do advanced debugging. We won't really do so much of that because I like to kind of program on the fly and run the program and see what kind of issues it has, rather than debugging and going through the debug tracer. A lot of people find that's madness. A lot of people think you should write tests before you do code, but really, as somebody who's learned this all by the seat of his pants, I have a very certain approach to it, and it might take a lot more time in the long run. I could actually be convinced to do more testing. I could be convinced to use the debugger if I really knew how or did enough research on how to figure it out. That said, I have in the past used debuggers in class and for my own projects, as well as extensive tests, which serve as like a guideline for how to use the program that you've written. And I've actually used, and we'll find out actually from one of the libraries we're going to use here with Node, which I'll look up right now. It's called Trendyways. It actually doesn't have any documentation on how to use it, really. But what it does have, when you install it, it comes along with, if you look at it in GitHub, which is probably over here, somewhere over here. Maybe it is. GitHub. When you look at this code, you'll see that it doesn't have very much documentation. Like the wiki says it contains up-to-date information, but it actually doesn't have anything in there. So what my point was, sometimes people will write code and not document it very well. Like you'll see in here, there's no examples of how to use it. There's no guidelines. But there's this folder called tests, and inside the test folder, we have a whole bunch of different things that we could possibly achieve. So I think, for instance, for our momentum's price strategy, I think it'll be here in this averages test. I haven't looked yet, but let's see if it is. It shows you exactly what to include, exactly what kind of code to use to accomplish certain things. So what it's going to do is it's going to use this assert requirement in Node to make sure that here's the moving average. This is what we're looking for. No, we want momentum. By the way, momentum is an actual function within this suite, and it should actually act close to how the moving average works. Either way, we'll assert by running this code and using the assert requirement here that the result of these functions is what we provided, which is the correct values here. So when we run this code, if I was to run this test, it'll actually just say, hey, all of this stuff is right. It's what we expected to see. And you can actually reverse engineer from the tests how to use all of the functions of a particular software suite, which is a major benefit of doing it. So I think I've installed Node here because the installer went away. So let's see if that's the case. And we'll figure out how to use momentum, I guarantee it. What do I want to do here? What I want to do is I want to install Git, and Hannah has dropped. I wonder why, if I still have a connection. It says I'm streaming. Hello?
Yeah, the call dropped.
That's okay. And it should be sharing my desktop now, I think. So where was I? I was in Windows. What I wanted to do is I wanted to install Git next for our sandbox environment here. Git install Windows. I did create a GitHub repository for this project, which we'll use across platforms. So I think we have what's going on here? Oh, it's already starting. I think we have Node, and we can actually find out by running node-v. There we go. We have a version of Node. If I do npm, which is the Node package manager, which is how we install our additional packages like Trendyways. We'll do it here in a sec. We'll see that we also have a version of npm, which means it's successfully installed on Windows, and that's the first step. The next step that we're going to do is we're going to grab Git here as soon as it downloads. And Hannah, do you mind if I have this information, these repos on my public GitHub?
Which information?
The final code.
For the momentum strategy?
Yeah, for the momentum strategy on BitMEX.
Yes.
So we can have it, or you do mind?
You can have it.
Okay, sounds good. So actually, this is not giving me the information that I want to see on the, and I don't have it up anymore. All right, so what we're going to do is while it's downloading Git, actually Git finally downloaded. Oh, it's because I'm not signed in, I think. let's try to. Actually, I can just close this. Oh, there's get, yay. Can you still see my screen, Hannah? Are you still there, Hannah? Hello? 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 Peter, can you still hear me on the live stream? Hello? If anybody can hear me, send me a note on the live stream from the viewers. Also, if you're in here, or if you view this project later, in the sequential occurrence of time, if you just want to give me the big old subscribe button, I will be streaming this and other projects for the foreseeable future. This is a lot of fun, and I think that I'm going to have a solid career here. And oh, there goes Hannah. Hello, everybody. Hello, Hannah. Is there anybody around? Is there anybody around? Let's see. Hello.
Yes.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to initialize our GitHub repository here. If I can figure out how to paste. And then I gotta restart the screen share. So I'm sure everybody's familiar with Git. I don't really have to explain it, but it's going to help us share this project in the future as well as deploy it to Heroku, where we're going to run the bot when it's finally done. The next thing I want to do is add everything and commit it to the rehab, the Git repo rather, the rehab. So I got to do some stuff here. I got to do git config -- global user.email Jared Harris done plus GitHub. I think that's my email. Git config -- global user.name Jared done. We'll try those commands again. There we go. Yeah, we'll trust that key. Permission denied. All right, so I wonder why that happened. Let's start from the beginning, inside of the command prompt. So we're just having an issue with GitHub trying to push the repo. If it ends up being a very tough problem for me to fix, I won't be able to fix it during this live stream, but we will have the code on GitHub, at least for when we go live with the whoops. It's going to be a very confusing README, I think. At least when we go live with the bot. Otherwise, it'll be up here by the end of the project that we're live streaming. So there we go, commit. I wonder if I should change this around. I wonder if I should change it to... Well, I don't want to put my GitHub password right here in the live stream either, so let's just try what it says. Remote origin already exists. All right, well, let's push to it. No. What I want to do is I want to del-r.git y and try it again. Git add. Whoops. Git init. Git add. Git commit -m. Anyway, the way that the Heroku, which we agreed to use for our deployment, because it's going to be faster than a local machine. It's going to be able to execute things more smoothly than a virtual machine on Google Cloud Compute or elsewhere. It'll actually ask us when we set up the Heroku project to link our GitHub repository. We could also do it a couple of other different ways in case this Git gives me problems going forward. But we could actually use, for instance, the Heroku command line interface, which we might end up doing if this is not going to work. Permission denied public key. I'm pretty sure I could fix that, but I would have to put my password in plain text right on the live stream for my Git, which I don't really want to do. GitHub, rather. So we'll use the command line interface for Heroku instead. So let's just go over to Heroku, because this is all about setting up the environment, so we might as well get the connection to Heroku working already. I wonder what account I want to use, or what the password is. Nope. Nope. There we go. So inside of Heroku, let's see how many projects I have. Let's save this password. We don't have any apps yet, which is great. So let's create a new app. Let's call it BitMEX. BitMEX is not available. I wonder why. BitMEX Momentum Bot, which is actually going to put this on site on. Do you know by chance where BitMEX is located, where their servers would be, Hannah?
No, I don't have any idea.
Okay, let's find out. BitMEX location, because they have two different options, and we'll get a better ping and a better.
I was going to suggest this yesterday, so you can register on the same server as they have, so maybe it goes fast, you know.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll create this app. Inside of here somewhere, it's going to tell me how to use Heroku CLI to upload a project. Install the Heroku CLI. So that's the first step. Heroku CLI Windows. We already have Node. We already have NPM. So we're just trying to get a connection to Heroku right now. We can't do it through GitHub, which is where I wanted to do it, and we will have it up on GitHub eventually once I can figure out the error, which is probably pretty simple. Or once I can get, I do know how to fix it actually once I'm off the live stream, because I can definitely do it by putting in my plain text password into the Git commands. I just don't really want to do that. So we're downloading Heroku here for Windows, and then we're going to need to close out the command prompts because it's going to change some path stuff in the Windows environment to include the Heroku CLI. So we'll just need to refresh my connection to the profile there by reopening command prompts. You can also log out, log back in if that doesn't work, or restart the computer or virtual machine in this case. So right now we're just getting Heroku. So I wonder if anybody's talking to us on the live stream. Nope, but there's a whole bunch of people in here. Hi everybody, including the moderator, and Cheek Chong Coin, and Miko Da888, and Herizika 2345. Hello everybody. And I think my friend's in there too, because he was in one of the older streams, one of the test streams. The very first person actually to join was a good friend of mine, who I think has access, but I'm not sure. If not, by the end of the stream, we'll be able to get him an account on LiveEdu. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that properly. I don't know if Paytar wants to throw me a hint if it's called LiveEdu. LiveEdu. LiveEdu sounds better, doesn't it? This is taking a long time, but it will be done soon. Again, we're running 2 virtual machines and Skype and OBS to do the live stream. So it probably doesn't have that much CPU power left. And again, I'm sorry for the image within an image. I guess CPU is only at 27%, so that's not that bad. It's an i5 that I'm running, 7th gen, so it's a pretty good little processor. A lot of the memory is being used actually by these VMware instances, which have 3 gigs apiece. So basically, in my requirements, I hoped everybody was familiar with how to set up a virtual machine, how to get it started, if not all the way up and running. I might take a snapshot after we're done installing everything, because this is just taking a little bit more time than I expected. But by the time it's done, we will be able to use Heroku through the command line to connect to Heroku to upload our files. Which actually brings me to another point which we should cover while that's installing. On one of my other repos that was connected to Heroku before, we're going to find a package.json file. And what that does is it tells the app container, in this case Heroku, what to install before trying to run the the app or the source code. So what we'll do is we'll just copy one of my other GitHub repos, package.json file, throw it in a new file, save it as package.json. We're going to go ahead and remove a whole bunch of these things that we don't need, like Bitfinex API node, SendGrid mail, body parser we'll keep just in case we use it in the future. I think we will. CCXT I think we'll use, which is a cross-platform library for crypto trading. I think we're going to use it to pull in the previous 12 candles of which I told Hannah in a brilliant discovery that I had about how to do this. We can pull in the previous 12 candles, the minutely candles, on launch. Even though CCXT is probably not the fastest to keep up with the candles and the new candles, we can load the whatever previous 12 there are when we run at runtime, which saves us actually the whole problem of having to run the app for 12 minutes on either Python or Node for it to catch up with itself and be able to do any math on the momentums that are involved. So I'm just going to remove some more stuff out of here that we don't need really. Node Binance API, path we'll keep just in case we want it. Polymax we don't need. Request we'll keep. SendGrid we don't need. So SendGrid is an email interface for apps. Favicons, although it's pretty cool, we don't really need it. System Sleep I'll keep in there in case we need it. And Trendyways again is actually the library which we'll look up right now to see if there's an example of how to do momentum that we're using to do the indicators. So in here somewhere, it says right here, momentum. So we should see if there's a test here for momentum that's done out for us about how to use it. Otherwise, we'll have to figure out by what's going on. Just install all the stuff, I guess. We'll have to figure out by trial and error, and that's okay. Trial and error is okay. If we have to like copy the M8, the moving average function, and just type in momentum instead, I think that's probably going to do the trick. But I just want to have a look at these tests again here while we're indicators test. I wonder if that'll work. Volumes, values. Is there anything in here called momentum? There we go. So here's our momentum test, which we'll be able to copy, and we'll be able to duplicate the exact actions of the trading view script by just using this test here for momentum price indication indicator. So here we go. That's good news. And the way that TradingView works, let's go back to my desktop here and go back to TradingView. So the way the indicator works in TradingView, which we lost because I'm out of memory, I guess, is that it uses two different. The strategy that we're going to use is that it uses two different. I got to look up the indicator again. It uses two different momentums. One of them is based on the last 12 candles. In our case, we're going to use minutely candles because we want to do lots of trades over a short period of time. Is that working? Does that work? Momentum strategy. There we go. Couldn't compile script to momentum. Oh, I guess I have it here twice. There we go. It's just taking a long time to load. So I don't need it twice. But if we go to the Pine editor, oh no. If we go to here and then, oh, it's actually gained a 100th of a percent, which is pretty cool since the last time we looked. Either way, it's going to take the length, which is the last 12 candles, which we're going to plug into our momentum strategy indicator with Trendyways for Node, which we're going to install by npm here in a sec in the folder once we get it synced to Heroku. So it takes the last 12 candles and throws it into, come on cat, I have a cat in my stream. She's a very nice kitty, I do love her. Either way, it's going to go ahead and create two momentum averages over the price, the current price, which is going to be the close of the last minutely candle, and the length, which is again 12 candles. Then the second momentum is going to get by doing the momentum of the first momentum against one candle's worth of length. And then it gets the entry and exit signals here just by doing a calculation. Like for instance, if the first momentum is greater than 0 and the second momentum is greater than 0, then we're going to go ahead and enter into a limit position to buy that Bitcoin. If it exits that, if both of these if either of these rather are below 0, below 0 or equal to 0, then it's going to cancel that buy entry, which means two different things, I believe. We can look this up. I think the cancel means if it did enter into a trade, a limit order for that buy signal, it's going to go ahead and sell that at that point, and it's also going to cancel any outstanding. Actually, it tells me right here if I hover over it, doesn't it? It is a command to cancel deactivate pending orders by reference to the names. So that means if it hasn't entered in, but it did put the limit order there, it's just going to cancel that limit order if the indicator goes away, and then it's going to do the reverse stuff for trying to sell. Which means that really, when it does enter into a buying or selling position, it waits until it gets another opposite signal to exit out of that trade. So we can see that in action if I can scroll up here. Can I scroll up? What's going on? It adds all over the place. I did have a TradingView account, but I guess it's since defunct. So if I could see the graph, that'd be great, guys, but I'll just reload it. But that's in essence what our trading strategy is. So let's take a look at Windows, see what's going on here, see if it has Heroku. Yes, it does. So if I now open up Command Prompt as an administrator, but does that make sense? Do the buying and selling signals make sense there, Hannah?
Yeah, great work.
Good stuff. So we have a solid understanding of exactly what to do and how to code it. It's just a matter of getting to that point. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get the Heroku to push to this project. So again, I was using, I hope it doesn't show my password. Good stuff, it doesn't. Logged in is Jared Artisan. CD my project, Git in it. Actually, I want to remove the original Git that was here. Whoops. Del-r.git. Sorry, I had the wrong command there. Okay, so what we're going to do is git init, which initializes the empty GitHub repository, or the Git repository in this case, because it's not actually GitHub, but it's actually using Heroku's Git servers. We'll go ahead and push this stuff up. Unless my Git is just broken entirely, which would suck. But this push from Heroku's Git is actually going to go ahead and build the source of the application, including that package that she's on. And actually, it's going to launch this this app that we've created, which, if we go back to the Notepad++, isn't really that much. It's not actually going to even launch the right node file because we're using app.js, and we don't need a test configuration. All of this other stuff doesn't really matter. It does if you want to rank for search results. But it doesn't really matter for us. So this is going to error out. It's going to build everything, and it's going to get all the dependencies into the app container. It's going to take longer the first time because it's got to grab those dependencies off the internet, including CCXT, which I think is doing right now. It's got to build using C++. So it's doing all that for the first time, and it's only going to do that for the first time. So instead of having to repush or re-image a virtual machine every time we want to repush the app, this is going to keep it in a container on a Heroku where everything's already installed. So every time after this that we push the code, it's actually going to know that all this stuff's already installed on the app container and start running our code. So that being said, it's going to fail right here, or it might not fail in the build log, which we see here. But if we go back to Heroku and see the log of the app, it's going to fail because it can't find that file from the other repo that I stole. So the build succeeded, which means it installed everything that it was looking for. But hey, right here it says cannot find module, and it's the file that it was looking for. So now if I add my change, we're going to notice a couple things. We're going to notice that the build time takes significantly less time because it's already installed those dependencies like CCXT, which took a lot of time. And it's also going to go ahead and launch the app, and it's actually going to succeed. Now the problem with the app is there's a few different problems with the app. Obviously, it's just a one function that doesn't do anything, and it's not even called, which means nothing's actually going to run on this thing. And on Heroku, it's expecting us to build a web server as an interface and serve that server over a particular port. So in the Heroku logs, we're going to notice here after it launches, I think after 60 seconds, it's going to say, hey, you don't have a web server up here, guys, and it's going to close down the app, is what's going to happen. So that deployed. You'll see here the deploy was successful in the Heroku logs, and it's going to start that app. Actually, it did start that app, and the app immediately closed, and Heroku says, well, what's going on here? And it says that the app has crashed, which is what we're expecting. So we're almost done getting our environment in place in Windows for Node here. One thing I do want to do is install these. Actually, I can just use npm install because there's a package.json there, which is going to do the exact same thing that Heroku just did when it installed those dependencies. Now, I don't know if that's going to work in Windows because we're actually not, we don't have a C++ compiler rather on this system. So I think we're going to have to install some other stuff. I think we're going to need Python. I think we're going to need Python Windows build tools and all that fun stuff. Let's see what error message we get here. We'll Google the error message. But I do expect this to fail the first time as soon as it catches up with itself. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different tricks on how to get the Linux-specific stuff to work on Windows, but there's actually a whole bunch of different precompiled binaries, and it might even tell me what precompiled binary I need to install. For instance, I might need Visual Studio build tools, which is just a Microsoft download, which you can trust. It might tell me like a short link to get there as soon as it fails here in a few minutes. Now, we won't have to wait for this whole thing to install everything again when we run it again, because some of these dependencies are already going to be installed, so we just wait here. But it's kind of like Python, isn't it, with the pip package manager, isn't it, Hannah? Oh, did I lose you? That's okay. Hope the live stream is still running. Hello, hello. You there, Hannah? Hello, hello.
You just paying attention to the homework.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I just wanted to know if you're there. So here we go. It actually failed as I expected it to. So like I said, this is kind of like using the pip package manager for Python, correct? And it's actually complaining here that we can't find Python inside of the Windows environment. So that's the very first issue that we need to fix, which means I got to close out command line again. I guess in order to get the Node environment to work with those dependencies, I got to get Python for Windows. So let's go ahead and download Python 2.7 for Windows. And I think even then, we need Visual Studio build tools. Windows build tools. So we could actually do, CMD. I'm not sure if this installs Python for us, but let's try it. npm install Windows build tools. This is the trick, and this took me a lot of time to find on Stack Overflow the very first time I tried to get one of these environments working in Windows, but this should do the trick. And if not, there's something else that we could do that'll fix this for us. Because I think I remember something else that... No, we don't want to install the whole IDE because that's a huge download. We just want the build tools, because the whole IDE is something like 7-9 gigabytes. That's not what we want. Windows build tools, is that installing when well, let's find out. Download Microsoft build tools 2015. One of these is exactly what we're looking for. So either this or this Microsoft download are going to be exactly what we're looking for. but we don't need the whole IDE. And that's the mistake I made the first couple times. And it takes a long time for me on this internet connection that's not the greatest to download 9 gigabytes worth of stuff just to try and get. Oh, here we go. This installer is installing Python. So what we need then, the command you need to get Python and the Windows build tools to get the CCXT to install is npm install windows-build-tools. That's going to download Python for you. It's going to start installation of the build tools and Python. Now, I'm not sure how long we've been running on the live stream. I think we've been here for about 40 minutes. Is that correct, Hannah?
Right now,
What's that?
yes,
Yeah, I can hear you. How long do you think we've been on this session? It's about 40 minutes since we started the Windows install.
it's been 23 minutes.
What's that?
23 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. As long as we finish it within an hour, it should be good. And then we'll come back on for another shorter, hopefully, installation for the Python and Linux. Now, that being said, we can actually flip over to Linux while we're waiting for that to install. It's going to take a couple minutes. Again, we're installing that on Windows to make sure that we can build the CCXT tool as well as any other dependencies that require build tools inside Windows, which are basically Python, and in Ubuntu, where these things were developed and made for. There's something called software build properties and a few other things that we can install, we will install in the next segment that help you build these things. So maybe I shouldn't use Ubuntu while I'm using Windows because it's being very, very slow. But I just wanted to prove that Python's already installed, which means that the next segment, or the next session rather, might be much quicker. Oh, hello to Valtensi. So just to prove that we're actually in a much better state here, let's do Python, I think dash version, and you'll see that, oh, it doesn't have any Python instead. I thought it would have a Python. Where is Python? Okay, it does have Python, but it's looking for Python 3 even though it doesn't have Python 3 installed. Now this begs a question about whether or not we want Python 3 or Python 2. 2.7 or I think 3.6. Either way, I guess what we'll do then is we'll wait for the next session to start setting up Linux. It successfully installed Python inside Windows here, so it's going to go ahead and do the rest of the build tools. I don't know what this big message is, but it says successful. So we'll just wait. Now, if this runs up to a whole hour, we'll just call it quits. The only next step that I need to do is install the dependencies for the node program that we're looking to run, which is again all listed in package.json. So right now it's going through the Visual Studio build tools on Windows to get Node up to spec. In future live streams, we're probably going to skip all of these set up the environment sessions. We'll just save the environment and refer people back to this live stream to get to these stages. Again, we might do some again just to get Python inside of Windows, but we just did that. Python's basically going to work as soon as this command's done. It'll work right now if I quit out of it, but we don't want to do that. Either way, and get Node inside of Ubuntu, which isn't there already. But we're nearing up an hour here. So if we do call it quits before an hour for a 3 to 5 minute break, we'll go ahead and just let this complete while we're on break. But let's give it another 10 minutes here. It shouldn't take 10 minutes, I don't think. It's being very slow though. What does it say here? Verbose. It's doing stuff. I think for the sake of my system, we really should close one of these virtual machines. Yeah, it's at 100% CPU. Well, OBS is taking most of that. No, I think it'll be fine. So in the near future, I do plan on picking up an i7 laptop, which will be a little bit more well equipped. It'll have 32 gigabytes of RAM and much more able to run these virtual machines. But either way, we're just waiting. So I guess, Hannah, if you were to build this on your own, do you ever use Linux virtual machines, or which operating system do you normally use?
Again, but my brother.
Gotcha. Well, it's good to have different flavors of different operating systems and coding environments, which is why we're doing this in the first place, just to cover more ground and be more informative. So that tip about the Windows build tool, that took me, or build tools that we're installing now, it took me a very long time to figure out how to do that in the first place. And again, I know 2 different ways to do it. Like if I ran this program I downloaded from Microsoft, it would actually install the same stuff. But we're doing it from the command line, and it's nearly done. It's done Python, and we just have to have faith that it's gonna catch up to itself here. That it's gonna catch up to itself. It probably will. It is being very slow, but that's okay. So I wonder if I can, I'll have to unplug my mouse just a sec. Because my mouse pad on my other computer doesn't work. There are 52 people watching our stream right now there, Hannah.
How many?
52, it says. I don't know if that's over the course of the live stream or if that's current. I think over the course we've had 164 viewers, and right now we have 52, but I don't see them all joining the chat, so I don't know what's going on. But that's pretty cool. People, if you're watching, you should definitely subscribe. I'll have more of this content to come. And we'll be sure to use the dynamic of having somebody that's a novice coder on the line for all these calls. And we'll definitely have more content surrounding crypto trading bots. Maybe that Hannah's going to hire me in the future to do on the freelancing marketplace, or other contracts that I might source, as well as other fun things that I might do that's not directly related to crypto. Or other things to do with crypto that's not directly related to coding. Some of the things that my project manager and I have talked about are that we might go over how to do a whole bunch of different things using truffle.js, which is the deployment engine and I guess library for Ethereum development. So we might do how to create ERC20 token contracts. We might do how to create multi-sig contract addresses, contracts. We might do crowd sales, the different types of crowd sales that could take a few hours to do. Either way, should be a lot of fun. So people definitely subscribe. Okay, well, this is taking a really long time, an absurdly long amount of time. So I'm going to close the Ubuntu VM and see if that helps. Hey, Hannah.
Hello.
Hey, welcome back. So I actually took a head start on our next deliverable. By the way, the summary of our last deliverable was that we wanted to get Windows environment up and running, but it's still actually installing the Visual Build tools, the Visual Studio Build tools. So we're going to leave it running in the background while we work on Ubuntu. So I'm going to share my screen with Hannah here. I think that's working there. I actually got a head start on our environment for Ubuntu. Again, I noticed on the last stream that we did not have what we were expecting for a Python install, which I thought was going to be there already for us. So what I did in that other window that we have open, which is 30% done downloading, was sudo apt get install Python 3 pip, which again is the package manager for Python, which we're going to learn how to use with a requirements file by the time we're done this video, which should actually be done in the next 32 minutes, everyone. And I also installed Build Essential, which again is required for that CCXT requirement. So I don't really know if the live stream is working, guys. Can Peter tell me if the live stream is working? While that downloads, my connection might actually be really poor, which could be why I don't see my own live stream. Again, thanks for everybody who's watching. I see there's a whole bunch of people watching as we speak, which is awesome. I think the last session cut off because I unplugged my mouse, I think, to plug into the other computer, which is not a good idea apparently with OBS. So again, right now we're waiting for these tools to install. Now I can't actually run a simultaneous install of Heroku CLI, but let's look that up, how to do that. Heroku, CLI, Ubuntu. Heroku, CLI, Ubuntu. Let's see what Windows is doing. Still installing those tools. I might have to do the graphical install here after we're done the stream, but we'll find out here if we just let it continue. Now this VM is being very, very slow because it's installing all this stuff. The stream is not responding to me. Paytar says the stream is good, which is good. So I'm glad everybody's watching. I'm glad that everybody's thrilled by this live stream. And I'm glad to help everybody understand a little bit about what we're doing. Again, I think the first takeaway for me is that I should have these environments more put together before I start, which means we're just going to save the ones that we get as soon as they are configured and ready. And we're going to go ahead and use those going forward rather than spend all this time on the environment. So, Ubuntu. Here's how we do it. So I don't have Snap. Standalone installer. Snap is available on other Linux OSs as well. A universal app store. Good enough, how do I get it? One build. How do I get it? Ubuntu. Good enough. We actually want for the 16. It says it includes it by default. I wonder if that's true. And if we go back, I wonder if we wanted us to do it in sudo or if we wanted to do it as my user that I have. It says sudo snap install, so let's try it. If I could copy, that'd be great. My computer is not very happy with all this stuff that is doing. My computer is not very happy. Okay. It is available on my build of Ubuntu. Look at that. So we're installing Heroku simultaneously while this is doing the apt-get because it's using a different package manager called snapd, which I didn't even know existed on Ubuntu 16, which is great to know. Makes life easier for installing packages like Heroku CLI, which is doing at a fantastic rate, even though the apt-get is slowing down. So probably not a good idea to do both at the same time. End stream. But it's almost done, the snapd. There we go. Run configure hookups Heroku snap if present. I think it would be present if we just downloaded it. Aha, Heroku's installed. So if I go back to Windows, it's going to tell me how to configure Heroku using the project that we just created. Although I think I need a different project for the Python version. Make dir, what do we want to call it? Bitmex, momentum, bot. I guess I didn't do that in Windows, but whatever. CD, bitmex. We're going to go over here, and we're going to go into dashboard.heroku. Now it's important that we only run one of these at a time because Heroku only has enough free credits to run one app at once. And I don't have a paid account. Probably will get a paid account so I can do more than one app as soon as I'm able. That said, you can always sign up for more accounts, but that's abuse of the TOS. You don't really want to do that. Never ever do that thing. Always pay for software in the cloud or when you get it at the store. So what I want to do then is I want to not restore this. I want to close this. Never save that. Create a new project. Bitmex Momentum Bot. I guess I could have named that something better. Bitmex Python Momentum Bot. Could have named the other one Node, but I wasn't thinking far enough ahead. See what Windows is doing. Still doing that. Heroku CLI, Heroku login, Heroku login. Everybody knows how long my password is, which makes it that much easier to hack, but I don't think anybody's going to. Not that worried. What am I doing? Git init. There's actually no files in here. So we'll touch app.py file. We'll do this. Oh, we don't have Git installed. So we have to wait for this other. I forgot that Heroku uses a Git server. Not exactly the same thing as GitHub, kind of the same. So we have to wait for this other apt-get to finish installing Python in the build tools and the pip, which is slowly doing. And then we can install Git. And we do that now. Oh, system administration is so much fun. Probably not the goal of our crypto trading bot sessions, but it's all required, and it's good to go over because some people might get lost on how to start what we're trying to start. So get in it. There we go. Add the remote. Git add everything, which is one file. Again, we should figure out how to do the requirements.txt. Heroku requirements.txt. I don't even know what the requirements are going to be yet. Gedit requirements.txt. I do have Sublime I could have used, but I'm too accustomed to using gedit when I type stuff. Anyway, so we don't know what version of pandas we need. The only library I'm sure we need is pandas. So let's actually go into the. Come on now. Hello, VM. Okay. What's going on here? So we don't need Flask. Oh, it's not letting me click on anything. That's not good. What are you doing, VM? There we go. All right, what I wanted to do was I wanted to do pip3 install pandas. I know we're going to need pandas because it's the library we're going to need to manipulate the data into a pandas data frame, which is kind of like a CSV if you think about it in a certain way, but pandas is much faster at accessing its own data frames. It's installing some other requirements for pandas right now, which means we're actually going to need to include I think all of these in our requirements.txt, but we'll find out here in a sec. Now, if I go to Sublime Text and start looking at the file that I touched, touch is just a command to make an empty file. What we're going to do is we're going to open folder. We're going to use the jar bitmix. So inside here, we're going to see the directory of the files. And requirements.txt didn't save. That's okay. I could actually do it here inside of Sublime now. New file. Pandas. So what version of pandas did we get? Pandas. Does it tell me? Pandas 0.23.4. Pandas equal to 0.23.4. So the version and the requirement need to be labeled. I don't know if we need the other requirements for pandas, or if it's going to do that on its own. We'll find out here when we push to Heroku. Again, something like def test print hello test. This is going to be our program that we're going to push to Heroku. So where am I? I need to git add all. Oh, where am I? Git add all. Git commit -n first commit. Git. We gotta do this again. Git config -- global user.email. We'll use the Heroku email. Whoops, I broke it. Whoops, I broke it. Git config -- global user.name. Jared. Done. Loads of people in the live stream, which is awesome. Artemidius, UA. There's actually a way to say that I don't know how to do. Whoops. Sorry about that, Artemidius. So let's try this again. Git commit. Git push Heroku master, I think is what we need. And this is again going to build it using the requirements.txt file, which is going to take longer on the first commit. So it's installing Python. It's installing pip. It detected a Python app, which is pretty cool because the last time it detected a Node app on the other repo. So now it's installing everything within requirements. And notice that it does it a lot faster than it did it on my local machine. That's because Heroku has a much faster bandwidth on the internet to anywhere in the US than I do here locally, just by this state of the architecture, which is why we agreed to go with Heroku, because it'll have a much faster connection to BitMEX than I do, even though we'll test locally for the most part. But I think that pretty much does up our Ubuntu requirements session. Now, what's the next session here? I wonder what it is. Because we still have, oh, where am I? We still have 20 minutes left in the programming for today. So the next session is, it's a short one that we can go over here. If we take a 3 to 5 minute break and come back in a little bit. So you notice here that the Heroku app is deployed. If I go to the logs on the Heroku app, we're actually going to see it print something to the logs. I think it will before it dies because the program exits. Nope, I guess not. Either way, build succeeded, and it didn't die because it is actually running a program this time. I wonder if it's a test like this. It probably is. Let's try that actually, just for kicks. Git add all, git commit. So I think I had a problem in my code calling a function. Gotta remember Heroku master. Again, it's going to take less time to compile this time, or to push, because it's already got its dependencies installed. What we're expecting in the logs here, I think, is for it to say hello, like a hello world. I could have done a hello world. Either way, I think we're nearly done this video. It took a lot less time in Linux. I think Windows is still doing stuff. No, it's done. So what we want to do here is npm install again, and it's going to install the dependencies. So sorry for flipping back to Windows. I just wanted to see if that did finish eventually. This one deployed to Heroku, our Python bot. And it should say hello. I guess there must be a certain way that we need a log to Heroku's logger here, other than using print, because I think that should have worked. Either way, we'll find out here when we go farther. It's really easy for our node program in Windows to go ahead and log to Heroku, because all we need to do is a console.log inside of JavaScript on the server. So that's basically it. We could actually break here. And I'm sorry for this next point, Hannah, that you might not be happy about, given that you've hired me to make a profitable bot that you think should be profitable. But the next point in the next session that we're going to quickly do before the end of the day is 2.1. Profitability isn't key here. So basically, while we're doing all this work, and while we do any work for any bot, we should know that really the objective is to learn. The objective is to refine your strategies and find the strategies that work. Some strategies work on bear markets, some work on bull markets. It's just a matter of finding the right one for you, what you like to tamper with, and all that fun stuff. So we'll go over that here in a second. We'll have a conversation about that. Basically, the learning objective for what we just went over, and hello, Bulk Programmer, glad to see you. What we just went over is how to get the Python environment to work with Python 3 and pip and Build Essential inside of our friend Ubuntu here, which again was this command that we ran. And then we also installed Git the same way. Then we installed Heroku via snapd. And that's basically that. I don't know why we're not seeing logs for Python, but it's probably a matter of using printr or some other logging command to print to Heroku, which is just a simple Google search. We might as well do that. Print log Heroku Python. Logging Python on anything you want to raise to SVO. Give an example. Logs command. Logs command. Paper trail. We want a simple answer. Adding this line here after the print statement, solve this for me. 13 volts out. Let's try it. Whoops. It's probably going to be important that we know how to log stuff. I am much more familiar with Node, given that I have like 5 repos for Node using Heroku on my GitHub. And this is just a matter of finding the right answer. Again, don't panic if there's anything going on that you don't understand why it's going on. Just try and figure out what to search. Do your best to search. Do your best to filter through the search, like you saw I just did a second ago when something wasn't very useful. I went to the next one without wasting too much time on it. We don't even know if this is going to work. It helped 13 other people, so it's probably going to help us. And we'll find out right now. No, it's not printing anything. Maybe I'm not calling the function. Let's see if that's the case. Let's see if my logic here about calling functions is off. Because that's the other issue that could be happening. It's not really our second commit, but we'll keep on using it anyway. Maybe we can last up until 6 here, Eastern, 7 my time, with what we're doing right now, and we can just get to the profitability statement tomorrow, which again will be a very short session. So again, I don't think you guys heard this last time that we were talking about this, because I unplugged my mouse and I think it killed the stream. I wonder if Paytire has said anything. Nope. So I just wanted to let you know, there's 32 people in here right now, which is awesome. I can't believe that we're so popular. So if you guys want to give me a subscribe, I'll have lots more of this content. We'll have these 3 streams about this Bitcoin trading bot. We may have additional Bitcoin trading bots from our friend Hannah, who's on the line, who may... no, it's some other answer. It's something to do with this print thing. I wonder exactly what's going on. Anyway, yeah, so we'll have all of these streams. We'll have potentially more streams after Hannah's done with some personal matters. It's a very exciting personal matters. I just don't know if he wants to mention them. Either way, we'll have a lot more of these streams. We'll have other streams about other stuff, programming in general or crypto in general, over time. And we may have concurrent streams going on about different things that we're trying to accomplish as we go. So if you just want to give me subscribe, that'd be great. Hannah would be appreciative. We're going to figure out how to log stuff here in a sec. It's not airing out, and it's also not logging what I want it to log. Just so dumb. No, is there something I'm missing here? This should be really simple. Logging into Django, not appearing. Import logging, good enough. Let's try that. Not what I'm used to get. See, if I ran this program here, if I went back and changed this back to what I just had, if I ran Python 3 and then app, it would give me. Oh no, it's actually giving me an issue. Did you mean to put the right kind of statement? Yes, you did. I don't know why we didn't have an error in Heroku, but let's try that. Hello world. So maybe it will work on Heroku now. All right. Well, that's a good point. Is that we should always test locally before we try to see anything on Heroku. But you do and you learn. What am I doing here? Git add, git command. Very important lesson. Always test stuff locally. It's going to save you so much time. Rather than, I think we did 4 or 5 pushes to try and figure out what I did wrong, which is, again, I'll show you. I forgot the parenthesis around the string here, which you need for print. I don't know why it did not give me an error inside of Heroku, but that's okay. We'll figure that out later. As soon as we get this to work, as soon as we do get this to work, we have about 10 minutes left. So maybe we'll try to do the exact same kind of output in Windows, even though our Windows tutorial was before, just to fill up the time. Okay. No, still doesn't want to work. Oh, there we go. Build succeeded. No. All right, well, let's try this import logging thing. See if that works better. And just for kicks, let's run it locally. Module logging has no attribute config. So now we're having an issue with our solution. Why both import logging and import logging config are needed. No. I wonder if we need to pip3. No, what we need to do is we need to open requirements.txt, add logging. No, I'm going to do this. Okay, logging at 0. Oh, something broke. That's not good, man. Pip3, install logging. So we're going down a rabbit hole now, which is good because we needed to cover the last 10 minutes. Logging is a part of this Python standard library. It's available as soon as you install Python. You don't need to pip install anything. Good enough. Good enough. So why do you suppose our code is not working? It's because of this config thing. So let's try to get rid of it. See if we can run it without that. Python app. Okay, it didn't actually log anything. Hit Python 3 logging example. Logging how to. Import logging. Okay, let's try that. Okay, warning, root, watch out. Good enough. What's wrong with this? Logging to a file. We don't really want warning. Info. Okay, why is that like that? The default level is warning. Well, how do we change the default level? Command line option, log equals info. No. Oh, we have to do caps. No. Well, I mean, let's just do warning then if it's going to be simpler. Or change default logging level Python 3. Logging how to. Logging facility. Set default logging level. Import logging. And now we can install this Pymol thing. P3 install Pymol. Well, this has been fun. We've learned a lot, I think. 42 viewers, which is good. Cannot find Pymol. I wonder if we can do easy install Pymol. Oh, we don't have easy install. That's great. Okay, I wonder if we need Pymol. Whoops. Aha, we got an info log. So let's do hello world. There we have hello world. Let's see if it works with our friend Heroku. We actually have to go back a while. Alright, let's see what's going on. If we can get a log, we'll be set. We can do the same thing quickly in Windows. So we'll add a quick hello world example inside of our good old node. Windows script that we wrote, so I'm going to go ahead and git add all git commit. Whoa, that's not good. So what we need then is we need a git ignore file to get rid of that node modules. So I'm going to go ahead and look at my my GitHub again, because it'll be in here. github.com/creativeSS. So when you're pushing to Git, you can always tell it to ignore stuff, which is exactly what we're looking to do right now with what I'm doing right now. So one of these will have a git ignore file, which I can copy the raw files from, or the raw code from, in a new file called, oops, .git ignore. Now if we run that again, git add and git commit, come on now. There we go. We'll see that it's not trying to push node modules anymore, which is good. So we'll go back to Ubuntu, see what's going on there. Sorry for switching it up a little bit, guys, but we just need to fill the last 10 minutes here. So if we go back to the logger here, it still didn't log anything, which is so unusual. We'll see that the node one works exactly as I expected. I wonder if there's a way to... How to see all the logs on Heroku. Let's see if this helps us. Heroku logs -n. This might be what we're looking for. We can also do a tail of this, I guess. So I guess I don't need Heroku on that. Actually, to tell you the truth, I think what we need to do is use Heroku CLI to do what I just tried to do. Aha! So a whole bunch of stuff here, but no log. So I'll have a look at that when we're done, because I don't exactly know what Python's doing that is not logging. I don't know what just happened here. Oh, we don't want Windows build tools in our package.json at all to build on Heroku. So I will get the logs to work in our friend, the Windows Node app. And I'll look up why it's not working for our next session on our Python app in Ubuntu. But at least this should show my mastery of understanding how Node works, unless they've just changed Heroku completely and how the logging works. I don't know. We'll find out in 2 seconds. And then we'll nearly be done the stream. So again, the learning objective here was how to build actually the Ubuntu environment. Even though I don't really know how to log in Heroku, we actually have 9 releases. But again, it's working fine if we run the app using local Python 3. Hello world. Print should have worked if I ran it locally. Anyway. There are some problems. See, it printed hello world, which means we can log properly in Node to the Heroku output logs. It'll take me probably half an hour, maybe 45 minutes on my own to figure out why Python doesn't want to do that right off the bat. But either way, we'll figure it out and we'll get it to work. And that pretty much draws it to a close. Now, Hannah, I know that we haven't actually touched any code yet, but I promise you we will. Did you notice when we went over the TradingView indicator and what was required, did you have any questions about my interpretation of the TradingView indicator? Oh. Gotcha. Well, tomorrow we're going to get into the code. Tomorrow we're going to go over some more stuff. Profitability isn't key. We don't do high frequency trading. We might even combine these two into one session because they're kind of small. What is trending price momentum? We'll have a discussion about that. How we select the buying and selling signals. Either way, we're going to get through all of these in about 10 minutes apiece, and then we're going to start diving into code. And really, the code is not that difficult. There's a whole bunch of different platforms we can use, or rather libraries for Node and for Python. We're going to start with Python tomorrow, probably tomorrow, I would say. And we're going to build our solution. So if I just go Python pip BitMEX API, we're going to find a whole bunch of different people that have already created stuff to help us, including BitMEX themselves. They made a connector for Python, API connectors. So I guess we don't even need to use anybody else's. We can use BitMEX's actual Python code to connect directly to BitMEX WebSockets. So that'll be our first step tomorrow once we start getting into the actual code. And we can see some of the sample output here that we're going to use to find the prices and stuff. I wonder what the price was of Bitcoin when they made this documentation. $8,900. So it wasn't that long ago, which means this is pretty well documented, I would say, and it works exactly as we expected to. So the real test is going to be going ahead and measuring how long after the minute, like I said, on the seconds mark, it takes to get to reflect the data that's coming from the BitMEX minute lead data. That'll be the real test of whether this is going to be profitable or not, or a good endeavor or not. And I guess Hannah, we'll reconvene tomorrow at the same time, 4 p.m. Eastern, and we'll continue our code.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, and I do guarantee we'll get into the code tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work.
No worries. Thanks for the contract. And that draws our live stream to a close. We're actually right on the minutely mark on the hour. It's funny because I was just talking about secondly mark on the minute. And we're going to go ahead and close the live stream. Again, the things we should have learned in this last session are how to configure the build environment in, what was it? Python on Linux. And we're going to figure out how to log using Python on Linux to Heroku. I don't really know how to do that yet, but it's going to be an easy fix. I'll have that done by the time we reconvene tomorrow at 4 Eastern. And that's it. If everybody wants to drop me a subscribe and chat in chat the next time we're here tomorrow, that'd be great. Otherwise, everybody have a wonderful day, and we will talk again soon. Cheers. That was fun, guys. Thanks, everybody. We can get started. Now, back to my original point that I was trying to cover in the other videos that were to the wrong room. Hi, Dimitri B. It says video cannot be played. It says video cannot be played. I wonder if Victor can see me. I wonder if anybody can see me. Hello, I can see myself. Let's turn that all the way down. Sorry about that. So, HJH288 followed me. That's the first thing I want to cover. Thank you for the follow. Everybody else followed me too. And I think we're in the right spot, and everything should be good. We can restart where we were going to start, and it's a good thing we had kind of a half an hour to play with. This stream may last all the way up until 6:30 p.m. Eastern, just because we had some technical difficulties. I covered some stuff, and Hannah had some very interesting follow-up questions, so I think we'll revisit those. So I'm very excited, guys. Sorry about this. Basically, I had said that the first session that we're going to cover today is session 4.1. I rearranged some of the other sessions from yesterday to fit the schedule and the requirements. So for 4.1, the first thing we're going to look at is the profitability of these bots and whether or not our goal is to be profitable. And basically, I wanted to warn everybody that if it's your first time or if you're trying to set up a bot with a wonderful strategy, there's a lot of things that can get in the way, and that's kind of inside the point of 4.2. So I'm going to combine these today to one session. We'll have it done in the next 10 minutes. Hannah has some great questions. Basically, my whole point is that other people are going to have infrastructure and servers and 100 gigabit connections. Other people, I'm not sure if this actually happens, but I'm sure it does. Other people are going to have negotiations with exchanges to have their bots on their infrastructure before the API even gets the data every minute. So I'm sure that happens in microseconds. I'm sure it happens for multi-million dollars worth of negotiations, and I think it happens all of the time because you see people with bots that should be fairly profitable, but other bots beat them to it every single time. Their execution is much faster. It's just because of the networking and infrastructure. So Hannah, I think, can you ask me the first question you asked again?
I would like to know the budget. I think the first question was the budget and the monthly cost for the server.
Yeah, so servers you can acquire at reasonable costs. If you were to place one as geographically close to an exchange as you could, if you knew where their data centers were. So let's say they're in Dallas, you get a server in Dallas. You can get them online from various suppliers. One of the best ones that you can go for that has servers all over the planet that are actually dedicated and not just fake news is OVH. OVH has servers, we can look at it actually. OVH, dedicated. And we're good, we're streaming. So I think they're actually a Canadian company, which is great. Because I'm Canadian, and all the best people are Canadian. Full dedicated server series. So I'll get you a price right now on one that's good. So this one here, this one they're advertising right now, with a discount. It's 1 gigabit a second. So most of the greatest residential internets you'll ever get are going to be 1 gigabit a second, except in some countries like Iceland, who have 10 gigabit connections, and I think Google has some test runs of 10 gigabit connections all over the states. Either way, the best internet that I can get here at home, I don't even have it right now, which is why my bit rate is so low, is 1 gigabit a second, which is what this server advertises for $93 a month. So if we were to find better internet on these servers, let's see if we can search by that kind of need. 10 gigabits card or more is what they have here for the filters. So I guessed $1,000 a month. We need one that's got good RAM, a good processor. So I guess I could be wrong. I guess you can find them for much cheaper because they have a couple listings here that are way less than what I said to you originally, Hannah. So this one here looks like it could be good. Let's take a look at it. It's only $129 a month. The VRAC is going to be extra for the 10 gigabit. Oh, I thought this was 10 gigabit, guys. No, traffic, look at this. Burst 3 gigabit. So a VRAC is internal traffic. Traffic is the outside traffic. So it looks like I can't search by the outside traffic. So let me try and search 10 gigabit connection, dedicated, OVH. Just to get you an idea of how much this would cost for one that has a good connection. And by the way, good connection is not the best connection you can get. There are enterprise levels, 100 gigabit, 1,000 gigabit connections that people with enough money can't afford, but it's just not within most people's budget. So I'm trying to find a 10 gigabit external traffic on OVH. Somebody's asking the question that I'm asking on Web Hosting Talk. I saw on OVH, I tried to Google some, is it really 10 gigabit? So let's see what's going on. Best of, so this is on OVH through some other vendor, I guess. I don't know why. It's not loading any of the information, so I don't think it actually exists anymore. Maybe it does. Does it say 10 gigabit anywhere? Network. Bandwidth. No, that's terms of service bandwidth. I want bandwidth. Whoops. Either way, I just want an example. So let's go back and search everybody other than just OVH and see if we can get an example of something that's 10 gigabit. Because I'm sure the cheapest one's going to be at least $1,000 a month. If I could go back, that'd be great. No, I don't think. Sorry about that. And that might be the reason the stream died, one of them. So let's try. Hannah asked me there if I was sharing my desktop, and I wasn't. So I want to go back to Google here and search, come on computer, 10 gigabit per second, dedicated server. Dedicated server. Unshared 10 gigabits ports on datapacket.com is one of the advertised solutions here. So see pricing. I have no idea how much this is going to cost. I'm just guessing. So $140 per month is their cheapest one available, and it's not even 10 gigabit yet. Let's go to 10. They actually have 20 unmetered if we wanted it for $3,500 a month for the 20, and $2,000 a month for the 10. Now that's an advertised result. So let's go to the highest natural result on Google and see if they got a better price. But that gives you an idea of what's being sold. So the best unadvertised result on Google is going to be these guys. It's hostunmeter.net, who I'm not affiliated with. If I was to order their connection, I'd be looking at, oh, that's not that bad. It says max, so it must be a shared port. Either way, these guys are charging 179 euros for this very dedicated platform, which is the 10 gigabit connection. So I would say anywhere between, how much is that in US dollars? Can you see my screen, Hannah?
Yeah, I think you're doing the currency.
So I guess anywhere between 210 and a couple $1,000 is going to get you the performance you want. That first result we saw was an unshared port, which in virtual and dedicated servers means that you get that whole 10 gigabit of bandwidth. The second one that we're seeing that says max 10 gigabits, that's because they're sharing the connection among a whole bunch of different dedicated servers, which means you're not going to get the performance that you want out of it all the time. And it's variable, which means you're taking a risk. So if you didn't want to take a risk, you're looking at a minimum of a couple grand a month, and that's the answer to your question, Hannah. But that's only to get competitive with the other guys that have bought that aren't in cahoots with the exchange. If that makes sense. If you wanted to move forward with these guys, did I replace that? I think I did. If you wanted to move forward with one of these servers, we could absolutely try it. Let's build the bot first, of course. Make sure that it's working first, of course. But if you wanted to try one of these servers, it looks good. It's got storage. It's got lots of RAM. It says max. Doesn't tell you the stats of the CPU. I have no idea who these guys are. I don't know what their reviews are. They don't have any reviews posted on here. They copyrighted in 2018, which is a good sign. Either way, we'd have to look it up and do more research, but we don't have time for that right now. What we do have time for is to finish this session, which was all about the kind of the restrictions on what you can do with your bots and how you got to gauge yourself and kind of hold back your enthusiasm in case you're worried or in case you want performance that might not otherwise be possible just because of the other actors in this space. And I mean, we talked about that when we were doing our first ever session yesterday, which was our expectations that it might not perform the way TradingView is seeming to perform, or the way that their bots are performing on their servers with their infrastructure and their deals with the exchanges. Because you know that, for instance, BitMEX shows the charts using TradingView, which means they do have a strategic partnership of some kind. We can expect that they probably have trading partnerships that put TradingView and anybody who's at TradingView ahead of the curve. And that's all I wanted to make sure is doubly clear with this section. That said, the learning objective of this session would be to understand that infrastructure is expensive, and our bots are going to be a couple milliseconds behind, no matter what we do, of somebody. And that's it. So that's this session. We'll take a short break, just a couple minutes. We have 26 people in the stream. That's good stuff. Thank you, everybody. Wait for us. We'll be back. The next section is going to be what is trending price momentum? What are the indicators that we're going to use? How do they work? There's another session after that, which I'm actually going to change and combine again, like I just did with this session that we just did. It's a very short session. It'll have to be at least 10 minutes. So we'll discuss what is trending price momentum. How do we select buying and exchange signals with this indicator, or with this combination of indicators that we're going to use? And Hannah, if you don't understand the technicalities of how it's working behind the scenes to select these signals, I mean, I know you're very familiar with how they perform and how how you view them on TradingView, with the indicator on the chart, which I lost because this thing doesn't have enough memory. Sorry, just a second. I need a better computer. Okay. My point was, you can see what it does, but if you don't understand how it's getting to this conclusion about where to enter and exit, you see the entries and exits here. It's doing great trades, except for some of them that are losing. But it says actually on the strategy tester that it's winning 54% of the time, which is phenomenal. And like Hannah said to me, if we can get it to perform at least to spec, at least as good as the other guys that are trying to compete for this indicator, we should see substantial returns. And that I agree, it's true. I just want to be sure that everybody's prepared to not have that be realized due to the technical constraints. But we're going to look at this momentum and what it means, how we calculate it. We're going to probably look at Investopedia here in the next session, but for right now, we're going to wait for 3 to 5 minutes while we wait between sessions I have a break. Everybody else has a break, and Hannah has a break, and we will be back. Thanks so much, Hannah. I'll call you back. Hey? Sounds good. I'll call you back. Hey, yeah, absolutely I can. So where were we? We're going to go with the next session rather, which is 4.2. What is trending price momentum, and how do we select buying and selling signals? So the first part is to actually define trending price momentum. Investopedia, who has good descriptions of everything, price momentum. Now, I'm not exactly sure what it does, but I'm sure that it finds the average of, if I was to guess, it's going to find the average closes or whatever prices we feed it, and it's going to find out where it sits based on the interval that we feed it, and that's what I assume it is. And let's find out. Now, in our trading view strategy that we're copying for the purposes of this bot, we'll see that the first momentum that we're taking, which is saved as mom0 here, is actually considering the price, which is the most recent close, and the length, which is 12 candles. So over the last 12 whatever candles, and in our case we're using minutely candles. Doesn't actually say that on my chart. The last 12 minutely candles it's going to consider for the first price momentum. For the second price momentum, it's going to use whatever it found in the first momentum as the momentum, as well as one interval to try and figure out the second momentum. I wish it painted these momentums on here. Maybe we can use a tool to paint a momentum on here. Indicator. Momentum. We want two of them. I don't think we can do the second one actually with one on the. What just happened? Momentum. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. What did I do? I broke it. How many indicators do I have on this thing? Okay, apparently my free version of, I see what's going on. In my free version of TradingView, I can't have more than one indicator. So let's try this again. Momentum. So we'll see the one with 12. Oh, hold on. I have a whole bunch of momentums. I couldn't see them because of this ad. We will see what it does. We'll see what the first one does, which is over the last 12 intervals. So the default one they have here is over 10 intervals, which we don't want. We want to set it to 12 based on the close. So here we see what the momentum is actually graphing if we apply it to the graph. This is before we look up the actual definition. So we'll see what that is in a sec. It looks as though it's considering, well, let's see what it does actually, and then we'll go back and look at the graph. Momentum is the rate of acceleration in price or volume. So in our case, that's price. In technical analysis, momentum is considered an oscillator and can be used to help identify trend lines, which is what we're trying to do. So the comparison of the two momentum lines and what we're trying to consider is going to go ahead and give us an indication about whether to buy or sell. And the key thing about this strategy, I guess, from just reading about it, is the fact that we're calculating based on the first momentum over the 12 intervals, the second momentum, which we can't even graph on TradingView here because I don't have that info. You can't save that as a variable and then graph it. We will be able to graph it using our code, and I'm definitely able to do that in Node a lot easier than I am in Python, but we'll figure it out in Python when we go to create our web interface. And I think I will be changing the I think we'll be changing the order again of our code actually when we get started. I think we're going to code the web interface at the very beginning and then just add to it as we go along. Because I'm not sure exactly how to do Django, but this way we can get around the problem that we found yesterday, which is that I don't know how to log stuff to Heroku using Python. We can do it locally. And it'll log, it'll show us the output. But if we're going to put it on Heroku, we want to see that log. A log is just an ongoing representation of the things you want to take notice of. You comment things out of the log, you add it to the log, you make sure that the log is telling you what you need to know to make sure the thing is working properly. Which is one thing we'll decide when we program this momentum, the first one, because we can see it right here on the TradingView chart, and we know this is correct, this is what we're after. It's using the last 12. I don't know what these dots are. We can find out if we go back to the definition. In general, momentum refers to the force or speed of movement. It is usually defined as a rate. In the world of investments, momentum refers to the rate of change on price movements for a particular asset. That is the speed at which the price is changing, which makes a lot of sense. I was actually thinking about making an indicator that uses price momentum without realizing what it was. My idea for a bot was going to be, and this is one that I haven't done yet, we might even do it over a series of a tutorial. However, my idea was to enter or exit based on the price trend, which is just basically telling if it's going up or down over the last interval. Using the price trend, you either enter or exit, and then you place a trailing stop. Now, the percentage of the trailing stop behind or above or below the price is variable based on the momentum. So looking at this graph, we can tell that. Let's find a good example of what we're trying to explain here. What is going on? Okay, so here the momentum is really high, and we expect that means the price is changing over the last 12 candles, which we can see is absolutely true. So over these last 12, over this series of, can I paint this? Is there a paint button? The freeform? Not what I wanted. There's got to be like a measure tool. So over these 12 or so candles, we can see there's tons of price movement. It's moved all the way, and this is, I think, when earlier I noticed this, the price jump. Either way, we moved. It'll tell us if I move the instant buy, instant sell button. Either way, it moved 30, 40 bucks, the price of Bitcoin over the past 12 candles, which is a lot of movement. And we can tell here by the price calculator, our momentum trend, that's a very high difference in momentum. Now, the second indicator that considers the first momentum will consider these last 12 momentum bars and see that there's a lot of movement, and then over the last, no, it's going to consider one. It's going to consider one momentum bar and see how much movement is over that last momentum bar. Either way, that just means that it's a very quick changing second momentum that we take in consideration. So if both of them, if the price is going up from the last momentum move and from the last 12 price moves, we see an upward momentum above zero, which is the middle here, the median. We can, or the mean, I don't know what actually average it uses, but either way, if that's how our indicator works, and Hannah, this is important. So over the last 12 price movements, if the momentum is higher than the average momentum, and over the last momentum change, if the momentum has changed in the positive direction, that means that our first entry point is true, which means we're going to do a long or a buy. If everything's below zero and it's in the opposite direction, if everything's going, if the average of price is going down and the last momentum trend is going down, meaning that it proves that that's an actual change in the price, it's just basically a security to make sure that it's really moving down, and that's how our indicators combine to give us the buy and sell signals. Now, what were we actually doing for our learning objective? Finding out how momentum works, and we applied it to what we're actually doing, which is good. The second thing is, how do we select buying and selling signals, which I guess I've gone over. So does that all make sense, Hannah? Basically, I'll explain it again. Over the last 12 price changes, if the price is above the average change in price for the last little while, we'll see then if the actual change of momentum has changed in the positive direction over the last one bar, which is like this. And so if both of them are in a positive direction, they're both above the average of the last little while. I'm not sure what defines the last little while, but it appears to be something to do with the momentum change itself rather than the last little while, and I apologize for saying that. Either way, if the difference is positive above zero, because I think this just keeps on going upwards here. Like if the change was even more drastic, I think it goes above 40, which is where it maxes out here. So basically, zero means below zero means it's moving down. Above zero means it's moving up. We can actually prove that if we look here. So if we look here and look at the last 12 indicators, we should see that the price is, or well, I guess here. The price is moving down over these last 12 indicators, or these last 12 price movements, which is true. So from here to about here, we'll see that the price has moved down, which is when it crosses the zero and starts to be a negative indicator in this momentum price case. Price of momentum. Share the monitor. I'm sorry, Hannah. You can feel free to speak up, by the way. I'm so sorry for not sharing the screen. You can see here I painted. Can you see? Can you see, Hannah?
Right now I can.
You can or can't?
I Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. So you see here I painted, this is basically the last 12 changes in price, and then basically it considers from here if this is positive and the change in momentum is positive, which just confirms the trend. I can't even continue using trading chart without signing on. Trading view rather. That's unfortunate. Anyway, that means that our change in price has been confirmed by the change in momentum, and then we can enter or exit into the trade, and that's how it works, and that's exactly what we're going to code now that we have a full understanding of what it is. And the stream is still good, which is good. Now I really wish I could use TradingView, but can I sign up for a free account?
Yes, you can sign up for free.
Oh yeah, here I am.
If you want the pro,
Yep.
they want you to.
I'm good, I think. I think I have what I need. I think I'm good. I think it's not going to bug me anymore. I should upgrade my TradingView account if I'm going to be doing these in the future. If you wanted to do this yourself, there's a measure tool where you can confirm the price change in momentum. You can confirm what this is doing. I can't measure here, unfortunately. I can double click it, which I didn't want to do. Either way, that's exactly how it works. That's the end of this session. I believe this session was more than 10 minutes. It was barely more than 10 minutes. So again, we'll take another short break, 2 or 3 minutes, and we will be back. The next session, by the way, what we just covered is how to figure out what price change in momentum is. I just closed something I didn't want to close. I don't think I have it in history. We covered what is price momentum, change in momentum, how to use it to get your entry and exit signals for the buying and selling, and then that's exactly what we're going to code over the next few sessions. I'm going to change the order of the next few sessions because we're going to code a web interface before we do. I'm trying to find the session was more than 10 minutes. Oh, whoops, it was barely more than 10 minutes. So again, we'll take another. Sorry about that. So what I'm trying to say is that we're going to reorder the sessions. The next one is going to be, where am I? Oh, we're going to go over the pros and cons of different exchanges. We could actually do that right now since that won't take that long. The pros and cons of different exchanges. So BitMEX, for instance, and that's the one we're going with. They have a test net, so you can build your code. You can do it using paper trading on their test net. We reviewed a little bit of that yesterday, how that's different than a live net. Some of the major advantages of BitMEX, aside from that, on the XBT USD perpetual contract, and I think for some of the other contracts, makers have a rebate. So if you were to enter into a trade and you do that using a limit order and you do it before the price gets to that exact point, meaning that you've made the trade and that people are taking it against the order book against you, and this is the kind of trade that Hannah wants to do, they'll actually give you a little rebate on that. So they'll give you a percentage of the fees they charged whoever entered into that trade against you. They'll actually give you some of the fees of the people making money on lending you that if you do it on margin, which is great. And they'll also just take a little bit of fee. The only way you're going to lose money on Bitcoin trading for fees, if you were to enter and exit at the exact same place on BitMEX, is if you do it. I think if you sell against, if you short the position, you're going to be paying into the lending fees. However, the only way to lose money on buying or going long on BitMEX on XBT USD is if you enter into a signal. I'll show you what this looks like actually, because we can just show you. Their lending rates are defined when you're looking at a pair, and we want to log in. What did I use here? Earner is done plus live stream at gmail.com. I'm pretty sure that's right. I don't know what I used for the test net. It didn't work anyway, so that's okay. Here I am. So down here in the bottom left, you'll see the what am I looking for? Predicted rate, I guess, is what we're looking for. And I think if this is positive, that means that you will be losing money on lending if you go long against the asset of BitMEX. And you can confirm that in their FAQ. We're not going to go into it right now. But this is BitMEX, and this is how to do trades. This is leveraging. You can go up to 100 times on XBT USD. The system is currently overloaded. Please try again later. That's not good. There's so much volume on BitMEX that I can't even change my leverage, but that's okay. I'm sure it would work if we came back to it, or if I tried a different browser, or if I wasn't so busy doing billions of things on my internet connection at once. By the way, that's another major selling point of BitMEX against other exchanges, is that you can actually use up to 100 times leverage. Most of the other exchanges that even have leverage only do 3.33 times, like Bitfinex, or 5 times on certain pairs, like Kraken, or however you pronounce that. Other exchanges are good. Other exchanges have far less volume. Other exchanges don't let you execute trades against yourself, which creates fake volume, and a lot of people don't like that about Bitcoin. For instance, Quion, or however you pronounce that, and their new exchange, Liquid.com, allows you to do trades against yourself, which means that people can influence the market by pretending to do trades just by giving themselves Bitcoin and taking away their Ethereum, and then trading it back to themselves, only paying the fees and the difference in price. This allows them to inflate the volume in the order book and make it seem as though there's volume going in a certain direction when there's not really. This is only really advantageous to bots and particularly whales that want to influence the price in a certain direction. And that's how they actually hunt for stop limits. So if you have a stop limit on any exchange that supports it, and people put the price down or above where it is right now, basically for the minimal amount of however much is actually on the books, if they put it up by a whole percent, they'll create all these stop loss orders to sell or buy above or below for more volume than what they just bought into or sold, and they could actually make a nice little profit just by doing that alone when you're not even looking, before anybody notices. It's a huge problem actually when people do that. It's called stop loss hunting, and you can look up and see people explain it. It actually happens in real markets as well, but it's much more protrusive in crypto because whales have far more of the order books and volume. So here's a whole bunch of Reddit posts, some blogs, and another Investopedia article just on stop hunting. And that's one of the major advantages or disadvantages, depends on how you look at it, at Quion, or how you pronounce it, in their new exchange, Liquid.com. And that's one of the major advantages of the more reputable American or European exchanges, is that they don't allow you to execute against yourself. And if you're caught with bots on different accounts executing against your own orders, you will face termination or suspension. So it's a bad thing. Self-execution is something that's persecuted by the SEC for actual stocks and stuff. It's manipulating the market. It's really, really bad. Don't do it. If you have the money to do it, go ahead, but it'll be very, very complicated. I don't have many viewers right now, so I don't know if it's working. But what we're going to cover next is actually what we just covered is how to do the price change momentum, what those indicators are, how they're going to interact with each other, how do we choose our buying and selling signals. So after that, you'll know what momentum price change is. It's an oscillator. It measures the price over time, the change in price over time. How do we use those in our bot that we're going to create to select our buying and selling signals? So when they both agree that the trend is one way or the other, it's going to buy or sell. And the pros and cons of different exchanges. And again, we're going to use BitMEX just because that's the one that was defined in the contract that Hannah awarded me. It's got a lot of volume. It's got the most volume, I think, out of any exchange, probably because of the 100-time leverage. Next, I'm going to change the order of these sessions. We're going to go ahead and build our web interfaces for our projects without using any of the API data, starting with Node and then using Python to Django. So all my numbers are going to be off here. It's unfortunate. Session, come on. I'll do this all on the break. However, the next thing we're going to cover is going to be how to create an express.js web interface for Node for any project that shows you stuff that you've been pushing from your code whenever somebody launches the interface on a web interface. That works extremely well for Heroku, for both Python and Node, because you can go ahead and it'll give you actually a destination web address. And this is true for Google Cloud Platform. Well, we'll go over here when we actually get into that session. So guys, we're going to break for 2 to 3 minutes. Hannah, I will call you back. Great. I'm going to be sure to go ahead and share my screen each time because I forgot the last 2 times. Thank you for reminding me. So our first goal here, and hello people, by the way, of the internet. I think I'm streaming. People of the internet. people of the internet. Either way, let's get started, I guess. So, inside of Windows, we have our node environment, which we created and configured and updated and installed all the requirements for yesterday. We're going to go ahead and make an express.js interface inside of Node, inside of our Windows environment. So the very first step is to open our Notepad++ file and a command prompt. Command. We'll do it as an administrator because that's always better. It's just like running things in sudo. Actually, well, PowerShell is like running things in sudo, but either way. Node.js. So yesterday I managed to install all the requirements offline. We want to make sure our package.json has express.js, which it does. That's a web interface for Node, which we'll be using for our app. So I guess that's important, is to figure out the very first thing we do. And can I copy stuff from here to here? Nope. I need better tools. Actually, I'll just use the browser in here while I'm using Windows, I guess. Because I did not install VMware tools in Windows VM. That's okay. Example, Express.js, Node. Hello world example, Express.js. So I mean, I have countless examples of how to use Express. I know the very first thing that we're going to do is do var express equals require express. That just means we're going to use that module inside of our Node project. It's going to be represented by the variable express, which means we can interact with it, which is this, except they use a constant, which I guess is a good idea. You can't change it that way. You can't accidentally replace it, all that fun stuff. It specifies a version, that's okay. Here's the rest of the code that we're going to use. I'm going to get rid of my test function because we don't need it anymore. And the reason we're doing this first is so that we can publish stuff to our web interface on each of our platforms. We're going to do two sections, one for Windows and Node, and one for Linux and Python and Django. Hannah, have you ever built a web interface in Python?
No, I haven't.
That's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll do it together. What I want to do, though, is I don't want to use the port 3000. I want to use an environment variable for port because I know for a fact that's how Heroku hooks into our program and serves it over the internet. So in order to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and use one of my other projects where I've done this before and copy that code. Because in our example code, it says port 3000. We don't really want to do that. I don't exactly know what port Heroku serves on. I don't know if it's a variable. I do know that you can access it using an environment variable, which means we'll have to set it in our environment, but that's okay. That's easy enough. I'll just have to Google how to do that. How to set envar in CMD, Windows. I can actually use an OR thing to do that, to tell you the truth. I don't actually have to do that. But what's the code? Port. No? App.listen. Port. There it is. Process.environmentVariable.port, which is just going to grab that from Heroku, or 8001, which is exactly what we want to do in our code. So instead of using this port here, we're going to use this code here, kind of. So our port is going to be equal to whatever the process says, the environment variable is, or, good enough, just use 3000 again. If that variable doesn't exist in the environment, which it doesn't in our Windows example, it will in Heroku. It'll map to whatever port they want, which is the magic we want to see here for our server. Either way, it'll map either to the port available in the environment variable or 3000, which is good because we'll use that from Windows. We won't even set that environment variable. This is a good example of how to get a working server that shows you something. So basically, this says if you get, which is one of the RESTful ways to interact with an API. So there's other ways you can interact with a web server. You can post, you can push, you can not push, you can't push. You can post, you can put, you can delete. There's a couple other ones that I'm not aware of offhand. Either way, they do different things, they interact different ways. There's different magic you can do with each of them, and we'll go over that as we move forward. However, when you get, which means if you just visit the page, you can get this on /, which means the root. So if you just visit localhost 3000 in a sec, which we'll do, it'll say actually hello world, which is what we're looking to see. Then we're going to open the app using app.listen, and this is what Heroku is looking for in order for us to be sure that something's happening and we're actually serving something. So if I was to do node, actually if I do well, if I do a couple things. If I do node, if I run the app directly using node, it's going to give me this little, first it's going to ask me if it can access the network, which is fine, I guess. Thank you, Windows, for being careful. So it actually said this this console.log command, or rather log to the console, which is what we expected to see, this text, which is just static and says we're serving the app, which is great. So that's not great, but what did it actually do? Well, it made an app run on localhost 3000, which we can see right here, and it posted it returned hello world and pasted it to the screen, which is great. And that's actually the deliverable for this learning objective, is how to create a server and make it log stuff, which is exactly what it did. In the future, I guess we could do this now. We're going to go ahead and get a graphing library for our... actually, we have to do a couple different things. And I have the code to do this in Node here already for the graphing library and a couple other things. Basically, we want to be able to graph stuff, like our profit versus Bitcoin, all that stuff. We want to be able to do that on our Node server and on our Django server later. I don't really know how to do that in Django. I don't know how to do too much in Django, which is why we started with Node, to make sure that I know how to do this stuff, prove that I know how to do this stuff. There are some stuff in my example code that I want to find about how to do what I'm trying to do. Can't find it. Here's my favicon code, which is kind of cool. Favicons are these little icons like GitHub. I just made one randomly that was a Bitcoin thing. Somewhere in here is request, which we're going to want to use. We're going to make sure it's in the package.json. Yeah, it is. And I'm sorry for using boilerplate code. Body parser, this is a... So request is to make requests from the code, which we're going to do to interact with the API. So that's making these get or post or whatever different requests using our Node server to another server. Body parser is going to make sure that when I send information, for instance, if I was to use my localhost server, if I was to send it a variable, which we're going to want to do invariably, so variable equals test. If I send it a variable, this test variable, right now it does nothing obviously because it can't see that. This body parser plugin or extension that we're going to use, which we'll install now, this one will make sure that we're able to parse the body and the request variables and everything else that we need to parse to get those variables inside of our Node code to use them, which it doesn't do off the bat. So eventually we'll see the version of body parser here. I can throw it in my package.json if it's not there. It is here, look at that. So that's good. I didn't even have to do that, it's already installed. So that's good. What else do we have here that we want to do? app.useBodyParser.json. So we want to be able to to parse stuff using JSON. And what JSON is, if you're not aware, hopefully you are aware, what JSON is a universal standard among programming languages, APIs, and all that fun stuff to give information in a certain way. Hi to Orv 2014 and Yokilo. Hi everybody. If you want to give me a follow, that'd be great. We have tons of this content. We have more coming probably today. There's some more information that we're going to use for the body parser. We're going to use, obviously, to support URL encoded bodies, which means these ones, that specifically, on top of the JSON fact, is, where am I? That we want to be able to parse these URL encoded variables, which is this var test thing. Now, what that JSON thing means is that I could actually pass this JSON like that, which it's not going to do anything with. It might even error out yet. Oh, we're not running right now, but either way, that's what that means. What else do we want to include here? There's stuff here specific to, in my example code, how to do these graphs. I'm not sure where I put that stuff because this is all very unsorted, untested, and kind of ugly code. Well, let's Google how to do it and it'll tell us. So there's a graphing library for Node. Graphing library Node, which we want to use, and the one I want to use is called high charts, stock charts, which behave very much like stock charts. We don't want React though. Stock charts, JavaScript. Okay, high charts, highcharts.com. And then we're just going to grab one of their examples and use the code. The problem is, I don't want to do it. I guess we could do it just using Node without an interface that templates our stuff. We want to view demo. We want to use I wish I knew where these stock charts were. This is a line chart. We want to use stuff that is easy for stock. Time series, zoomable, I guess that's good. But what I really want is one of these stock charts. Area charts, I guess we scroll down more. Stock. No. Demo. High stock demo. So I didn't even say the right thing when I tried to search for it. So here's exactly what we're looking for. It's got an oscillator, it's got stock. This is going to be used to paint our graph and our indicators, just like this is doing. If I was edit in JS Fiddle, we'll find out exactly what we have to throw to our code to get one of these on our web server. And I don't know, again, how to do this in Python, which is, again, where we're doing it first in Node. We'll find out together when I try to do it in Python, how to do it in Python. I'm sure that we do the exact same thing, which is what we're going to do in Node, which is to pass the web server, which in Python is Django. All of the stuff, like JavaScript, HTML, CSS, everything we need. And this is a JS fiddle, which is just something that you can work with to work with JavaScript and CSS and HTML to get these little demos here. If we could see it in the bottom right, there would be a demo. Either way, all we really need is this code. This is the HTML code. And I hope people are familiar with HTML and JavaScript and CSS. What we really want to do is have, instead of hello world, we want to paint a variable to the screen, which is going to be our message, which is simple enough. I'm going to make a global variable, which is the message. Am I? No, I want one that's log. So I want a global variable that's log, which is going to be just it'll persist, even though it'll persist even among page loads. And what I'm trying to do right now is figure out how to create a function instead of this res.send thing, and then inside of this this function, we're gonna make a message variable that will send to the web server to paint it on every time the web server gets reloaded by a different person. We're also then gonna do message equals message plus log. So the stuff that we're logging outside of this function is going to be added to the end of the message that we create in this function, which means the persistent log is going to be there at the very bottom. It's going to just be a wall of text. It's going to be a whole bunch of different things listed that we're trying to figure out to make sure this is working properly throughout the execution. And then the message, the first part of what's going to be painted to the screen, will be variable and changed and reset at the very beginning every time somebody reloads the server. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense, Hannah? Okay, good stuff. So that's the goal of this log and message variables. So what we want to do is get this HTML here, all this HTML, into the message. Now the problem with all this HTML that this just gave me, which is a whole bunch of different stuff, we need to configure any of this stuff, is that it's on multiple lines. We can't really easily add it to the message variable, which we need to do. Is this script source? Yeah, I can. So I'm just analyzing the code. I'm seeing if we can just actually, there's a whole bunch of stuff we can apply here. It's got a whole bunch of stock indicators that are included, which is awesome. We can play with them, including probably momentum. Nope, it's including the indicator script for momentum, but it's not including it as one of these drop-down ones we can use. So I wonder if I can just change this code and copy it, add a line item. It is the exact same thing, except it's for momentum, because that code, that source code is already included. So I think we can just replicate how this works to give us a momentum indicator on the final code. So it's a good thing that I pasted this here in multiple lines, because otherwise we wouldn't have had that opportunity. What else do I want to do here? I think that's good for now. I'm not sure what's going to pop up in the end. What's going to pop up in the end is the indicators, the chart, everything that we saw in the demo a second ago. But the trick that I want to show you now is that in order to add this all to the message variable, HTML and CSS and JavaScript are line break insensitive. meaning that you can execute the exact same stuff in one line of code that you would in many lines of code just by combining the lines. So in order to achieve that, we'll look for, I guess, JavaScript minifier. And there's a bunch of different tools that do this online. We're just going to go ahead and input this HTML, tell it to minify it, and it broke. So I guess we don't need a JavaScript minifier, we need an HTML minifier for this particular piece of the action. There we go. Now it's all one line of code, which means that I can actually do this. Message equals message plus this wall of text. Nope, we didn't want to do that. My problem with what I just did is, I'll do it again. The problem, whoops, now I broke it. Message plus. Problem with what I just did, if you could go back and take a look, is a classic problem with code. You'll see right here, this is the opening quote that I used to start the code segment, the variable, the string variable here. Right here, there's another end quote. We can do a couple of different things to solve this problem. Right now, this is gonna read from here to here, and then it's going to stop reading. It's going to think that's the end of the variable. It's going to give us an error. One thing that we could do is we could escape this quote, but we'd have to do it for all of them. So really, the easier solution is to use a single quote to open it and a single quote to close it. Did I just do that? I think I did. I can't see that. Why can't I see the end of this? There we go. Yeah, I used a single quote. So it looks like that's actually breaking too, because there's single quotes in the code that we tried to use. So that means we will have to use that escape character that I just talked about. We're going to have to go ahead and look for all of the instances of this and replace it with this to escape the double quotes in our string, except for the first one and the last one, which we'll go ahead and manually replace right now. Now it's all one variable. Nope, I did the wrong thing there. What did I just do? Sorry about that. There we go. Now it's all one variable. Now it's all contained within the same thing. The double quotes and the single quotes are working together within our unescaped closing quotes. And that's a really tough concept for a lot of people to understand. It took me a long time to figure out how to do the escaping and all that fun stuff. I don't even know if the escaping works in many other languages. I know it works in C++ and Python and a whole bunch of other languages that I'm used to. I don't know how to do it in other languages, but this is what we do to avoid this problem. So right now, hopefully our code is not going to error out. And as I was mentioning earlier, there's a couple different ways to do to start this code. Another way is npm start, because it's in our package.json to run the app file, which broke here. What did I do? Oh, look at this. I broke our other open and close quotes, like for this express up here. Of course I did. That's so unfortunate. And here we are running our example app, which is right now going to do nothing because we don't have the JavaScript and CSS. So let's close that again. Let's add some more stuff for our message variable here. Not a log variable, by the way. So we need some CSS here. And actually what we need to do for the CSS is wrap it in. We're going to include it inside the file rather than in a separate file, which means we're going to use it in the header of the HTML, and we're going to wrap it in script tags as soon as I find the top of it. Wow, this is a lot of stuff. This is a very complicated example. We probably don't need all of the functions of this. What am I doing? I want head, and I want script. No, I don't. I want style. Anyway, this is probably a very advanced example. We don't need all of the stuff that's in here. We definitely don't need the other indicators. We definitely don't even need our indicator to do our code. But it's just going to be really cool to see a very, very fully functional example. So I'm going to use this CSS exactly as it is. I'm going to go ahead and do this HTML minifier again and minify this HTML. Now we're going to use this above the first entry of the message variable because of the fact that I hope we don't have to do that escaping characters thing again. Nope, because it's in the head of the HTML, which is the header, which comes first, obviously, and that's why it comes first. The next step is the JavaScript part of this demo. Now, all of this is not necessary to make our bot. It just makes our lives a lot easier when we're looking at the bot's performance, when we're looking at the indicators, when we're looking at the decisions it makes. Maybe we won't even do it in Python. I don't know. It depends on. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. It depends how hard it is or how difficult I find it, because I've never really done it in Python. It'll be a longer session because I have to figure out how to do everything. I think it'll be the exact same code for the most part, other than we're going to send this stuff to Django when we paint the HTML on the page. There's a lot of JavaScript, but it looks like we don't have to escape out of it. No, we do have to escape out of it. Gosh darn. Well, this causes a very significant problem for us because we've already done it for everything else on the page. So we'll just search for double quotes and escape out of them. And we'll be done in a sec. There's not too much of this stuff. Oh, it looks like we should have JavaScript for our indicator that we added, because it looks like it does an EMA and stuff here. We'll find out. If we do have to add some additional code, we'll just look at what's all here for the other indicators. This is arduous. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this easier on ourselves. We're going to escape everything I just did. Actually, no, we're just going to copy this stuff again into a new file and do a search all and escape. Ta-da! Now we have our code that we can copy back into our app if we continue escaping everything we just did. Whoops. Control Z, Control Y, everybody, is very, very helpful to know. There we go, and this should be escaped now. The semicolon at the end of code in Node is not necessarily required. However, it's recommended, but we don't need it in every case. This should now give us a nice little server, and it's going to go ahead and only give us a graph, which is the standard one using the information they fed us. Now we have an issue. Unexpected identifier. On which one? 17. Well, maybe we do need the semicolon at the end of the code, because I think that's exactly what's going on here. Doop. Maybe it's Python where we don't need the... I think it's Python where we don't... I'm getting confused. Python, we don't need a semicolon at the end of lines. It's not even a requirement, because the fact is that Python uses the lines themselves to differentiate between the lines of code. I think Node just errored out because I didn't have semicolons, so I'm sorry for telling you guys that. Nope, it's still doing stuff. So what's going on? Message plus. Demo indicator. So something is wrong here on this line at demo. Nope, a different instance of demo. Nope, a different instance of demo. Okay, what are we looking for? Demo indicator. Demo indicator. Nope. 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 Okay, demo indicator space. No, it doesn't. Do not panic. One of these demo indicators is wrong. I'm going to find it by doing what's before it in our error. 18px. Oops. So it's this one here, which for some reason thinks it's a new line. I don't know why. Maybe it just doesn't display the rest inside of the error. Let's see if it works if I take that out. So if the server runs, we know that there's an issue with our line of code, not our whole logic. And it's not going to do anything without this line of code, so let's go ahead and start it from scratch. So it's this code here. Now we want to put it into the minifier. I added an indicator, but I don't think it's going to work anyway. Let's just try and get it to work without that. Minify. 326 instances of quotes. So let's try this. And it's running on port 3000, which is great. I think we're going to see a graph here that we can interact with. It says undefined for whatever reason. I think that's because the variable is undefined. Let's just change that. So the message variable or the log variable, one of them is undefined, equals empty quotes, equals empty quotes. And we'll rerun the server. Whoops. Okay, so it's not actually doing something properly, and let's see why that is in the console. High charts error 16. Well, that's not what we're after. I don't see any CSS in this code, which means I did my thing wrong for the style thing. Header style CSS. CSS. So I don't know as much as I think I do. Inline CSS. That's not what we want. We want the header internal. That's exactly what we want. So it is style. What did I do wrong then? Because I think if we look at our localhost, and I'm trying to look at the source here, if I look for it's not in the header for whatever reason, so what did we do wrong? Oh, I replaced one of the lines of code with something else. So we don't have our header code anymore with CSS. Let's go back here to our I replaced something with something that it shouldn't have been replaced with. Two occurrences of quotes. So what's going on here is I have this line of code twice. Message equals message plus this. Except we don't want that. We want head style this. Style head. Okay, now we should be rocking. I wish it wouldn't ask me about the flash drop down. Node app, if I do that instead of when it was going to ask me. I don't think it's going to ask me. So does everything that I'm doing make sense, or does it seem senseless, Hannah?
Making perfect sense. I think the order where you're going, you know, makes perfect sense.
Good stuff. Now I broke something here. I don't know what I broke, but it's just displaying this stuff rather than. I think it's because we don't have HTML tags or body tags. We'll find out. This is just basic HTML stuff. What's that? Say again?
How long ago did you start coding?
Geez, a long time ago. I coded in high school. I don't know why this is not working. I wonder why it's not working. So something here is in set timeout. I started coding in high school. So what did we break here? Script source. Where is this coming from? It's coming from the beginning of this is complex demo. So should this be, is this our script? This is our script. Script? Just missing a script tag. I started coding maybe 15 years ago. I was trying my best to create a multiplayer role-playing game in C++ using text. And here we have our chart. Through the process of trial and error, it's not showing us anything. Is there any error in the console? Console. Nope. Maybe I'm not feeding it any data. I don't know. Demos. Is this something we can click? Is it giving us an error? What did I break? Does this work? No, it just shows us the same thing we're looking at now. What happens if I click on demos? Come on, stop zooming. Stop zooming. Demos. So it looks like I copied an example that doesn't even work. Let's try again with a different example.
Select before and then it's going to go up.
Select which?
So it tells me here in demo, right? You have to select it before you try to put it on the interface. Yeah.
No, it's just not. Even in the demo itself that they gave us, which I copied the code from, I should have zoomed out and tried it, but it looks like it's not functional. Which means the code we're trying is not going to be functional. So I just want another example that has an indicator and the stop price, or in their case, the stop price. But what we're going to use it for is the Bitcoin minutely prices once we have them. So let's see first if this one works in their example, and then we'll copy the code. But at least we have experience doing that. So it is working in their example, which is awesome. Also, there's a lot less code, which is great. So here we have.
Well, I think you can transform this page instead of.
No, I mean we'll just continue. We'll make sure that we do this. We don't have to do it for Python. I just want to make sure that it's obvious because we do want to make sure that our code is working the same as TradingView. If that makes sense?
Oh, it does. Like you want to test it on a different platform or application.
Yeah. What is going on? Gosh darn. Because we want to see in real time what it's trying to do, right? This actually doesn't even have any CSS, which is awesome. It's just going to use the CSS from the source files. Let's see what this is doing before we shrink it. So this is where it gets its data. So we could actually build this out. If it wasn't in the next session. So we'll use their example data and we'll just change the title and stuff. This is going to be Apple prices, but whatever, we'll change it to BTC XBD perpetual. And we want to be able to see the 1 minute.
You should use XBT/USD.
Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, you're right. You're super right about that. Thank you. XBT BTC wouldn't be that great. Series, we're going to use. Okay, so if I shrink this now, using the minifier. And I'm sorry, everybody, for wasting your time with that first graph. That didn't even work. App. And our problem with that other graph is that I didn't realize I had to wrap this inside of script statements, which I'll do now. Nearly done. All we've got to do is add valuation on the top of this thing. That's what we're doing. Good enough. So let's serve this. We'll get a graph of Apple prices. It's going to say XBT USD. We'll add that in one of the next sessions, which is going to cover how to pull the data from the API, which is actually really, really simple. We're going to use the WebSocket to do it and actually provide the WebSocket interface that we need to use to create it. Here's the server. I broke it somehow. Function data. So that's unfortunate. But it's the only time it does that, which is good. So basically there was a comment in the code that I uncommented by doing our code in the example code from the example code. Either way, here's our chart. We're going to replace this information with XBT prices. We're going to have a log of ongoing information from our bot below it. To prove that's the case, we're going to add two things to the log. Make sure to use new line characters, or else it'll just be a wall of text. Prove that it happens independent of loading the page. We'll put another one down here. And for consistency, we'll use semicolons. So, if I reload my graph here, you see hi there log. I forgot to put a new line character at the end of this log here. So if I do this /n, which is just shorthand for new line, in most text readers or code, I don't know why it's not doing it on a new line, but it added a space, which is great. I wonder what a new line is. What is new line for express.js? New line. Try using /r/n. What's that, Hannah?
So this one is not performing.
What's that?
Well, you're trying to correct this part, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how we get a new line, because it'll be important when we go to log stuff. I don't know why. We'll figure that out as we go. Either way, I think this is the end of this session. We're going to recreate this exact same success using Python to Django in the next session. And then we'll go ahead and start diving into the bot. So the first issue with the bot is that we want to pull data from the API, specifically the minutely updates on the candles of the last 12 price objects and the close values of those prices. Then we're going to go ahead and code the logic of the bot, which we know we're going to do using pandas in Python. We know we're going to do using trendy ways in Node, using the momentums, the two of them that I painted, and then the entry and close signals. So at first we're going to log the entry and close signals, and then we're just going to kind of watch it in real time. We might take a break between those sessions when we have it coded in the languages and when we come back to see if it's doing anything, and before we put it on the live net. So that being said, the learning objective from this, can we do anything with this chart? I can't zoom in. The learning objective from what we just did, I can't do anything with this chart. Oh, there we go. The learning objective from what we just did is, there we go. This is the Apple data again. The learning objective from what we just did was to go ahead and paint stuff here to this graph on express.js. I hope that's been informative. My 1 minute button doesn't work. I don't know why that is. Probably because something to do with data. Either way, we'll figure it out. So that's that. Okay, do you have any questions, Hannah, from what we just covered?
I just have a few questions. Will be very simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where's the data being streamed by? Because the price is 400 and something.
Yeah, that's because we pulled the examples data. So the example is pulling Apple prices. That's the price of Apple over time that we're looking at right there. We're going to incorporate the API from BitMEX into one of our next sessions. But this is pulling from this URL right here, which is raw get. It's an example. It's example output of the Apple price that high charts have for their examples over the course of whenever exactly October, I think, of 2010. So it's just example data that we have to fill our graph, and that's really easy to pull from the BitMEX API. That's going to be a couple lines of code, and it'll be one of the first things we do in the next session.
Okay, let me ask you, can you take a longer break because I need to pick up my wife?
Oh, sure, yeah. How long would you like?
If it's not a problem, if you don't mind, you can just go ahead, and then when I come, I participate.
Yeah, okay. If you want to call me back when you're done, congrats again on the wedding, and you go enjoy yourself.
Let me ask you, the videos are recorded, right, on the...
Yeah, they are, as long as you subscribe. So I don't think that I'm able to share the videos, and there's no way for me to download them. So I think that you have to subscribe. That's $10 a month, but I think it's going to be worth it just to catch up on my other tutorials. They might give me a copy of the video to give to you, Hannah, since you're on the video. That would make a lot of sense that you're entitled to have that. But anybody that's watching with the free 15 minutes just has to know that you do have to subscribe to continue watching. So I don't know. I'll look into that for you. I'll ask my project manager right now. I think we're live. I think we're live. Again, thanks to HH288 for following. Oh, we have audio. That's unfortunate. Wish I would stay. Okay, so we are live. Just check with Tara if we're live. We have. Geez, we're almost through time today. What time is 4 to? Yeah. Sorry. So we're not going to do a session right now. That's okay. Where are we in the process of the sessions? Because we got to close this at 6 p.m. Eastern. We might have another stream here in half an hour for you. We might not. We might have 2 streams tomorrow. We'll find out. We will finish this stream tomorrow, unless we take a little bit more time, which we may. Okay, so we're not going to have a session right now because we're almost out of time. We'll change the order of these things so that I have another session of the Django at 5.2. We might not even do the web interface with Django because we don't really need to, given the fact that we already have one in Express, and then it just takes extra time. So as long as the bot's fully functional in one language, we'll deliver on a contract that's been stated by Hannah, who's not here right now, by the way. He's gone to pick up his wife. So I guess the thing is, these sessions here on live videos, I'm sure everybody's aware, need to take 6 to 10 hours to complete. I was hoping to complete this one in 3 sessions of 2 hours. We'd be done tomorrow for our Bitcoin trading bot. So we might cut the Django out of here. We might even cut Python out of here if it takes too long. So I think that's what we'll probably do. You can see my screen now, I think. Yep. So what we'll do, whoops. What we'll do is we'll throw this down here under session 9, optional Python Django stuff. We'll do this stuff. Actually, we'll just change this to Node. Change this to Python. So what we're going to do is we're going to add all the Python stuff at the end as optional stuff. And I think that'll work. So again, I'm sorry for changing the schedule so many times, guys, but it's been necessary. So I guess if everybody wants to drop off now, because unless they like the sound of my lovely voice, if you like the sound of my lovely voice, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. So we don't have anything approved for the rest of today. That's okay. We'll have 2 streams tomorrow. What else am I doing here? I want to go to this testing stuff for Python. Down to the bottom. So all this stuff is going to be optional. If we have time tomorrow, we'll get into it. It's not required for the deliverables on the contract that I signed with Hannah, who's the guy that gave me the contract on the popular freelancing marketplace. So here's our new outline. Now I'm gonna go over this with Hannah just to make sure that's fine with him, but he's not presently at the computer. I don't know if I'm going to delete this session from the this live stream from the list, but hey, ran out of time. Here's the proposed changes to the contract. Now, the 4th deliverable for Hannah, the optional deliverable, states on the contract on the freelancing marketplace that the optional stuff for the last quarter of the funds involved is for a web interface as well as the additional language. So the deliverable on the freelancing marketplace, number 4, optional. Was web interface and second language, which we can still do. Maybe on our 4th stream Monday. That's the goal. If we do all this optional stuff, it'll probably be on Monday. And that's that. So guys, we have 2 minutes left. I just want to talk a little bit about the stream, about my Twitter. So you guys can follow my Twitter. I don't know if I'm logged into Twitter. Maybe, I may not be. No, I'm not. But it's Jarrett Dunn. It's really easy to remember. It's got a nice little password. And on my Jarrett Dunn Twitter, I've gone ahead and made tweets. I think there's 12 people viewing. I know this is not very interesting. We're not doing anything. However, if you want to give me a follow right here on twitter.com/Jarrett Dunn, I'll throw it in the chat if the chat works. I don't know. It does. Look at that. That's awesome. Yokolo, thanks for joining me again. And that's about that. I'll post every day here if I'm going to be doing a live stream. Can I reply to my own tweet? How does Twitter work? Oh, I have a like on that. That's cool. So if I retweet this, I can say, this is my announcement that I made for the second live stream that I'm going to be starting, which is to do with truffle.js, how to publish multisig and token contracts it and work with them using Web3 interfaces as well as Mu and Parity. Sorry, folks. I knew this wasn't approved in time. Rain check. So I'll be tweeting stuff relevant to my stream. This is my actual Twitter with everything else that I've ever done before on here. Who liked this? Can I tell? No, I can't. Can I tell? Somebody should teach me how Twitter works. That's about it. Today's the end of the stream. We're not having another stream today. We will have probably 2 streams tomorrow. This Bitcoin trading bot, we're going to get the function of the bot, which is to do the momentum price analysis twice, as well as execute those trades, or at least give us an indication of those trades. It'll be doing it in live time, real time rather, with BitMEX testnet to begin with, which I should follow up with Hannah about. Also, can I have testnet API keys? And that's that. It's currently 7 o'clock, so I'm sorry that this is not really a session. It's not going to be 10 minutes long, which is why it wasn't a session. The next session, again, is going to be how to use the API to collect the price data and the candles from BitMEX, which is going to take us much longer than the 7 minutes that we had left in our program today. So guys, thanks very much, and we will be in touch. Thanks a lot for being in here, and thanks for following me, at least to HGH288, who again I'm very happy has actually followed me. Everybody else who wants to follow me, they absolutely can. Everybody who sees this after I'm done can absolutely follow me at that point. Later. There's 20 people in here right now. Thanks very much, guys. I've had 997 views of this stream so far, which is significantly larger than the other guys that I've looked at over the last couple of days. So I'm glad that I'm popular. I'm glad that I'm delivering something that people like. I'm going to have to turn this down again. And that's it. We're over a minute over. So I will talk to everybody tomorrow. Goodbye, people. Hello, people of the internet. We should be good. We should be live. We should have our Android giving us video and audio. And then we have Haley joining us on the top right of our screen. She's going to be here for the next foreseeable future. We've actually changed the schedule of the live streams to drive with her schedule. Now, in the past 2 live streams and the ones that were recorded on the site, I had Hannah joining us, who was the guy that gave us the contract on the freelancing marketplace. He was a novice programmer, and that's kind of the same pitch that we have here with Haley. Haley is actually not a programmer. She doesn't have any experience. So her questions and her dialogue should be very enlightening, and she's going to be rewarded for helping me out with these streams. Now, the reason we're doing this offline recording here right now, today, on the 24th of September, is because there was a problem with LiveEDU. It was not saving the live streams that were being cast into the project library there. So we're going to do this offline recording. They've managed to fix that bug. I'll be here today after this is uploaded for 4 more live streams, and Haley will be joining us. We'll be here until 1 o'clock local, our time, in the morning. And we'll be doing lots of live streams. We'll be doing 6 a week, hopefully, or 8 a week, actually, 4 at a time for the next foreseeable future, Monday to Saturday. Today's Monday. Haley? Yeah, so today's Monday. At least we figured that out between us. Today's Monday. We're going to work on how to build a trading bot in Bitcoin, or rather, a Bitcoin trading bot in, let's close Facebook, in Node for BitMEX. Now we've already done a whole bunch of these live streams. I actually did this these 3 sessions here at the bottom. I actually did them on Saturday, this past Saturday, but they weren't saved to live EDU. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the first session. We're going to use the API to collect current and past prices using candles on BitMEX. So we're actually going to use 2 different libraries. Now, so I should tell you, Haley, basically what we did so far is we did a whole bunch of different steps to get the code to where it is. Basically right now it's just giving us a graph. Like if I was to run it right now, I'm pretty sure it'll work and show me exactly what I've done so far. And you can see my screen, correct? Yep, sounds good. So we're going to run this code. It's going to take a couple seconds here because I actually just decreased the amount of resources for my virtual machine because we're not going to run Linux and Windows at the same time, and because it was taking too many resources. So if I go to the website that was posted by our app, basically this is what the app does right now, Haley. It's just going to give us this graph here of nothing because we don't have any data for it, and it's going to give us this log of information here at the bottom every time I refresh the screen. It's actually doing stuff that I don't want it to do right now, stuff that's involved in this first session. So what did I break here? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder, I think. There we go. So we just ran the full code. We don't want to do that. We want to run our little pieces of code that we had ready before the live stream that never got posted. Now, I had about 40 people in that live stream, so it's a good thing. What did I break? I have a function here that's trying to be called. This is the line of code that just broke. It's trying to call a function that doesn't actually exist. So let's make that function. Let's just make it an empty function. Now, Haley, you've never done code before in the past. That's correct?
No.
No. So basically, all of this is nonsense. So basically, I'm making a function here called fetch OHLCV, and that's just the name of the function. I made it an async function because we're going to call stuff in the background to run asynchronously. Basically, the coding language we're using is called Node. It's a server side of JavaScript. And right now you see my graph does nothing. There's no log. That's exactly what we expected to see out of the partial code that I had ready by the end of the last live stream. So let's just go back to OBS and make sure we're still recording. Everything's fine. Looks that way. I can see Haley. I can see myself. Let's make Haley bigger. Whoops, I muted you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I muted you by mistake a second ago. So actually, I moved you on the recording. I'll give you the recording number done, Haley, and I'm going to give you a subscription to the live EDU by the time I'm paid my first pay, just so you can see what we're doing and reference back to it. Now, if you wanted your friends to see, that'd be great. We only have 1 subscriber so far. I'm very happy for that 1 subscriber, but we've had over 1,600, I think, views. Yeah, 1,604. Look at that. Very popular, very fun. All right, let's go back to the code. So the very first thing we're going to do, again, is collect that data from BitMEX. Now, we're going to do that using 2 different libraries. So BitMEX, Haley, because you have no idea what that is either, is a Bitcoin exchange. Basically, they're one of the biggest ones. They let you do leverage. So this is all covered in the other live streams. You can catch them up later. But for your own knowledge, BitMEX is an exchange where you can buy and sell Bitcoin. You can do it using money they loan you called leverage. And you could actually do that up to 100 times. So you could basically invest $1 in Bitcoin, and they'll give you $100 to play with worth of Bitcoin on the exchange until you sell it. So what else should I tell you? Yeah, we're going to use 2 different libraries. So basically, for the bot to work, and what we're doing today, Haley, is we're creating a Bitcoin trading bot using like an algorithm, like an indicator. The one we're using is called price momentum. Basically, it measures the volatility or the movement in price over the last little while. And we're going to do it over 12 intervals, so 12 minutes, as well as 24 minutes and 36 minutes. So really, our bot just sees, and I can actually show you this in a graph on TradingView, what this looks like. Our bot basically sees if the price is moving up or down over the last, I guess, 36 minutes. It confirms it to see if it was still moving up or down in the last 24 minutes, in the last 12 minutes. And then if it's moving down for 36 minutes in a row, continually over 12 and 24 minutes, it'll just sell that asset. And if it's moving up over that interval, it'll buy that asset. So basically, if the price is moving up, it's going to buy. If it's moving down, it's going to sell. So I'll show you what that looks like on the graph. So here's the price of Bitcoin and US dollar over time on our exchange that we're looking at. And I just tried to rename that. I don't want to do that. You can still see my screen, right? Haley? Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're going to use 3 of these indicators. One of them is going to be on, and we're going to do this through code, but this is just to visualize what it's going to look like. We're going to use 3 of these indicators over 12, 24, and 36 minutes. So we're on the minute-ly graph right now. So here's the price of Bitcoin in US dollars over time. Can I move this? Whoa, not what I wanted to do. Technical difficulties. All right, whatever. Let's just move Haley back up to this corner. So here's the price of Bitcoin in US dollars over time. It's something around $6,000. It's been going up and down over the last little while. But really, what we're looking for in our indicators here is if the price has been moving. This is not a good example. So over this period here, from here to here, it's been moving up for about 36 minutes. We can see because each of these bars is a minute worth of activity. So if you take a look at this indicator at the beginning and the end of that swing, you'll see that it's over is 0 here. So 0 is the middle of this graph. If it's over 0 here and over 0 here and over 0 here on our 3 indicators, it's just going to buy Bitcoin. So basically, if the price has been moving up like it did from here to here, it'll buy Bitcoin at that point, somewhere around here. And as we can see, that was probably a good move until we went to go sell it up around here. But our bot's going to sell it as soon as it goes down for 36 minutes in a row. So our bot's not that smart, but we're not really concerned about profitability here. We're just trying to code something that does something. That's all we're doing. So, a newbie function, it's an empty function. What we wanted to do is pull the last 36 minutes of data from a historical database. So we're going to use the library CCXT to do that, which is a universal library among Python and Node and a bunch of other different programming languages. I think PHP is another one. So we're going to use CCXT. We're going to pull the prices using a CCXT function called fetch OHLCV actually. And OHLCV, all that means is open, high, low, close, and volume. It's basically the candle or the climb for that period. So it includes all the data. If we go back to our chart here, that one of these little bars indicates here in the candles. So basically where it entered into that minute, where it exited that minute, the lowest price, the highest price, as well as the volume, which we don't see on this graph because no, the volume's right here. So the volume's right here. So however much is being traded is going to be indicated there. The only thing we really want from our candles or our OHLCV is the closing price because that's what we're going to use to calculate all the stuff we need to know. That being said, let's figure out how to do that. We want to pull the data from CCXT. Now, it's a good thing that I already did this stuff and it wasn't recorded because I had a whole bunch of problems getting the right data in from CCXT. When you call this function here, let's put it in our code actually, hold on. Let's just grab all of this from here to here. Okay, so here's the code that we need. Here's the code that's going to pull the historical data. And the reason we're doing this, Haley, is because otherwise, if I made the bot to just use real-time data using like the API for BitMEX, then it would have to wait 36 minutes to collect all the data it needs in real time in order to use the functions that we're going to code later to figure out the logic of the bot. So by pulling in the last 36 minutes over the last 36 minutes that happened, basically, we can run that code to see if the bot's going to enter or exit into a buy or sell signal, and we don't have to wait 36 minutes for it to update with real-time stuff. So the reason we're using CCXT to do that is because the BitMEX API doesn't really give us that information directly. So CCXT has it's like a layer on the API that allows us to pull that information from them because they collect it and store it. That being said, the function that we're looking to do that is this one here, fetch OHLCV. And we don't actually have exchange defined here, I don't think. I think we do. Whoops, Control F. Hello, code. Yeah, we do. So here we go. Exchange equals a new BitMEX instance, and we're using an API key and API secret from the real live BitMEX server to pull this information in. We're going to do it on the Bitcoin US dollar pair. And it's actually kind of confusing because CCXT calls it BTC/USD, even though BitMEX calls it XBT USD. And that's going to cause some issues later, but we'll figure that out as we go along. So has anything I said made any sense at all as somebody that doesn't know how to code?
Yeah,
Oh, I lost you. I lost you, huh?
I'm just writing down words I don't understand so that I.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's go over that now. What do you have so far?
I don't understand what an API key is.
So the API key basically is our access to get into the private functions that the API allows us to do. So an API is an application programming interface. It's usually a service that sits on top of a site or like Facebook has one. Facebook has one to do all sorts of stuff with pages and your profile and stuff. Whenever you see people that are bots on different sites or platforms like Instagram, they're all using an API to do that. So basically, an API lets you build code that interacts with the site or service or platform. Ours is going to interact with BitMEX, but there's APIs for everything. There's APIs for Facebook, there's APIs for Instagram. There's some APIs that exist that people have coded on their own to interact with the platform because they don't release their own one, like Snapchat. So there's different ways you can use Snapchat that Snapchat doesn't really like you to do, but you're able to do if you do enough snooping and figuring out to use a personal or a custom API. So that's what it is, an application programming interface, and all it means is that you program stuff to interface with the application to do stuff. So if I was to make a simple Facebook bot, I could make one post like a word. Like you've actually seen stuff on my Facebook that is exactly this, and it's just testing, posting images or text using an API.
Um,
I'm not hearing you.
Is that something that was like CC something?
Yep, CCXT. I don't know what it stands for, but it's basically an interface for using different APIs among different crypto exchanges, like Bitcoin exchanges. So it's a platform that is this, and it lets you use all of these different crypto exchanges, and they do a whole bunch of other useful stuff. So in our case, we're using them because they have the last 36 minutes of data that we need to get the bot to figure out the logic of whether or not it's going to buy or sell. So the only reason we're using CCXT is because they have those 36 minutes. Now, I could do other stuff. I could create a database, for instance, that pulls in the real-time information that we run all the time and separate from our bot. But we don't want to do that because that's a whole bunch of extra code. We could just use CCXT and the libraries they have and the services they provide to pull in that data, which is what we're going to do right now. So all of this code here does that. Go ahead.
What is when you first started, like when you break the section of the code, I guess?
Yep.
Like, how do you do that? Like, why is it, how is the section, how is it structured?
So yeah, code, I mean, this is kind of a requirement to get in here, but because you're new to this stuff, I'll tell you. So this function right here, from this open bracket to this end bracket, is a specific thing that we can call at different times to do different things. So functions inside, basically you have your stuff up here, which is requiring libraries to get this all to work. So other work that other people have done are going to make our lives a lot easier. They're going to allow us to do different stuff. Like that web server I showed you earlier is all this Express stuff. So somebody wrote a whole bunch of different stuff we could take advantage of that we're only using a little tiny bit, like that graph that I showed you that's not even doing anything right now. And so all of this code is explained in the previous few live streams. But basically, we're setting up our libraries that we're using, our API key and secret we have coded in here. Our BitMEX client here, this one is actually the live streaming one that we're going to use to pull in live data. Some of this code, so all this code that exists without an open bracket is going to be run whenever the program first runs. So this one here with an open bracket only gets run when we call this function, but we do that anyway right here inside the code that gets run at runtime.
So the ones with no, okay, what?
No open bracket. So you see this bracket here from here to here?
Yeah.
This means that this is contained within this fetch OHLCV function, meaning this code from this bracket to this bracket only gets called when this function is run. So there's other open brackets here too, like this one, this one. This says if this is true, meaning if our exchange has the function fetch OHLCV, which we know it does, but just in case it didn't, this code would not get run. But it does in our case, and it's going to get run every time. We could actually just remove this, to tell you the truth, because it's not even necessary. It's extra code that's just slowing us down. And it's still going to run exactly the same. There's some other stuff here, like this for loop here. This goes through this code for every time that there's a variable called candle that we're calling it inside of the candles variable. So we saved a whole bunch of stuff to candles here, and I could actually show you what that looks like inside the log. So let's run this code again, and I'll show you exactly what that looks like. So we were saving all this information inside the candles variable, and then that loop of code, that for loop, is going to loop through it all and save only a specific part of it. I think the closing price is what we're looking for inside of a. So here's our candles variable. It's all of this stuff. So for every one of these instances inside candle, we're going to loop over this code. So really the code is going to look at this, and it's going to go through this as many times as there's code or variables within that candles variable. So it's going to go through that like 20 times or whatever for each of these that exist. 36, I think, is exactly it, because we told it to consider the last 36 minutes worth of data. And it's going to do this code here within these open and close brackets over and over again. So basically all we're doing in this code is we're pushing the fourth element of these candles, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this number here, which is the closing price, which is again what we're using to train our to tell our bot what to do. So the only thing that we're interested in all of this is this fourth value, which is the closing price. And what the closing price is, Haley, if we go back to our graph, the closing price, it's hard to tell with this graph. Basically, I wonder if I can find a good example. So here in this bar here, in this 1 minute of data, we have a high price up here of whatever that is, a low price of way down here, whatever that is, and where it exited that minute or where it stopped the action, or like what it was worth at the end of that minute is right here along the middle. So that's the closing price for that minute, which is what we're going to use to see if our bot can enter or exit into the signals, if that makes any sense. So we're gonna save that into an array or a list called list3. I just named it. I don't know. I had 3 lists at one point, but then I realized I only needed 1, and I still kept that variable name, which is not a good thing to do. You should always make sure your variable names make sense. But in my case, this list3, I made it. I declared it somewhere up there, and it's saving that closing value of the candle. Our last price, I'm not sure why I'm saving. I think I'm doing it for the, no, I'm not sure what's being saved there. No, the last, what is that? I don't know why I'm saving candle 5, but we'll figure that out later when we look at the other code. Go ahead, yep.
Why is it candle?
What?
Why is it called candle?
It looks like a candle on the graph. It's really funny. It's from a long time ago when they first started trading stocks, like thousands of years ago. But basically, because this looks like a candle, if you look at a good example of one, you'll see that it looks like a candle with a wick on each end. Like this one here, you see that? It's got a wick on each end. Yeah, it just looks like a candle. That's the only reason it's called a candle. Look at Bitcoin go. Look at this price change. It's gone up like $40 in the last minute. $50. Anyway, that's not important. What's important is the bot. So we're saving the candles. What we're saving in the list 3, and we can actually go and log our list 3 to show you what's in it after it's done being created, after this for loop, and rerun the code. It's going to show us the closing prices for each of those candles that we saw in the code right here. So if we just wait for the code to re-execute here, it's just going to take a second. I had to lower the resources for my virtual machine. Yeah, that's a very good question. So it's just because it looks like a candle. It's just funny in the way that traders talk. And this is taking a really long time to do the stuff that it's supposed to do. Why is it taking so long? Oh, I broke something. I know what I broke. Hold on, I know what I broke. List 3 is actually not declared. So we have to go ahead and make our list 3 every time we run this function. And it's just going to be an empty array. That's the error message that we got last time we ran our code, is that it didn't know what list 3 was. Sorry, what was that, Haley?
You typed in momentum. Is that a website or?
Oh, the momentum there that I typed in was show you these indicators here at the bottom. That's how our bot is going to have logic to see whether it's going to buy or sell. So momentum, and I explained this in the previous live stream, all momentum is, you see where this is moving up, this momentum?
Yeah.
So that's over the last 12 minutes. So basically, what's going on? From here on this graph, 12 minutes, it's saying from here to here, right down here to up here, the price of change has moved up, right? So it's moved from negative to positive momentum. So because the price change is moving up, and it's moving up even more over these 12 minutes, from here to here, you'll see that the momentum is even higher. So all momentum is doing, just a second. All momentum is doing is telling us that the price change is either positive or negative. So the change in price over the time period. And the time period, again, that we're using is 12 minutes, 24 minutes, and 36 minutes. So you see that the change in price over the 12 and 24 might not be the same. It might be positive in one and negative in the other. If it's positive in one and negative in the other, our bot eventually is going to decide not to enter into a trade. That's the whole point, is that it's only going to enter a trade when it's been positive for a little while, and it's successively positive. You see here that the bot is actually giving us the closing prices from our list 3 array that we made earlier, which is exactly what we want. That's what we want to feed the monster, feed the bot here. What did I just do? We want to feed it these closing prices to see if it wants to enter or exit into a trade. Yeah, do you have any other questions? There's lots of stuff in here. You can feel free to ask anything.
Okay.
I mean, lots of this makes no sense to me too. Like, I know what I don't really know what a promise is. I know it has something to do with an async call. I don't know what resolve is. I don't know what any of this stuff is. I know that what this piece of code does is say it must set some of this other stuff somewhere else. Basically, it's saying let's sleep, and we're going to wait sleep later, which means we're going to wait that amount of sleep time. Basically, when we await sleep, we're going to wait exchange.rate limit milliseconds worth of time before we make our next call to the API. And all that's saying is the API, which again is the application programming interface, is forcing us to wait a certain amount of time in between each calls, or else it might get exhausted with a whole bunch of successive calls from different people, and stop being as responsive. So we have to wait their mandatory amount of time in order to make our next call, which is why that code's there. But do you have any questions about what I've said?
Why are stuff like the blue? What?
Yeah, and that's just because I actually went over this in a previous live stream. So we're using a program here to look at our code called Notepad++, and that's just a Windows program that you can use that'll highlight code, and it's just basically a better Notepad, which is why it's called Notepad++, which is actually really funny because the reason C++ is called C++ is because it's a little bit better than C, which was the first programming language that came out. And inside C and C++, and actually Node, to tell you the truth, we can do a counter. Like if you had a variable, you could go A++, and that's going to add 1 to A. It's just going to be like 2 if it was 1. It's just a funny way of saying that C++ is a little bit better than C, which is the same way as saying Notepad++ is a little bit better than Notepad. So anyway, Notepad++ does a whole bunch of useful stuff, including making some of the words blue. The blue words are basically if you're using part of a programming language, like Node in our instance, to do something. So when we're making a function, or when we're making a variable, or we're letting something be a variable, if we're doing a for loop with variables and the keywords like in, it's just highlighting the keywords here to make it more understandable and more legible for when you're coding. It's just helping you out. It's doing stuff for numbers too. Like it just highlights everything to make sure that you know what you're doing. And I mean, the only real benefit of that is if you look at Notepad, like the original Notepad, which is this is building on. If I had all the code in here, it doesn't do any of that syntax highlighting, which means that all of this stuff looks the same, and it's harder for me to tell what the difference is among different things. Right?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. Very good questions, man. This is going to be a lot of fun, I think.
So you take stuff right on the notepad and put it into that website?
Yeah. So this here is our command prompt in Windows. So we're actually just running the code using the program Node. So this file here is app.js, which is what we're running here in here. And then what happens after this runs is part of the code is telling it to put it to a web server. And I was actually explaining that. That's the express.js that we included at the top there. And we're saying whenever you get the root of the website, show this HTML. So it's basically combining a bunch of different programming languages. So we're telling the Node server, which is running here in command prompt, to give us whatever's on we tell it to on this website here. And by the end of these sessions, we'll have a graph of the profitability against the Bitcoin price percentage difference over time, as well as output from our code. So just to eliminate that, what I could do here, I have a variable that I explained in a previous message, or a previous session, and I think it's just called log. Yeah, it's just called log. So if I was to go ahead and tell my log variable to include list 3, it's going to go ahead and show at the end of this web server in this little area here that I have for logs. So this stuff that's outputting to the console right now, I just told it to add that to the log, which is going to show on our website. Just because I have it down here in the code to do that, it says message, like the final HTML is going to be whatever we have in the graphs and stuff, plus that little log. So as soon as it runs here, I'll show you what that looks like. As soon as it runs, man, I'll show you what it looks like. Unless I broke it. What's going on here? There we go. So now if I run this website again, you'll see that the log includes that list of prices, which is what we just added to it. So that's the only thing, is that we're telling the code to do a couple different things. We're telling it to output stuff to this console here using console.log, which is this one right here. So it's logging to the console. And then when we want it to log the website, we tell it to do stuff with this log variable that I created. So we added it to the log, and it's adding it to the website. At the very end of today, Haley, or the very end of the first little project today, we're going to add that graphing functionality in this last session here. To go ahead and include basically just an indicator of whether our bot is profitable over time. We can't even do that, unfortunately, because I have no balance on BitMEX. So because I'm poor, because I have no money, there's a zero balance in BitMEX, which means that my BitMEX API key is erroring out whenever I try to do stuff. So we're not even going to be able to really do the last session. We'll do the Bitcoin price over time versus US dollars on the minutely candles. But we can't do our balance because, like for instance, if I try to divide 0 by 0 to get the profitability over time for the balance, it's going to give me not a number, which is not going to graph. And we'll explain that as we go forward in the next sessions. So really, this first session, we're up to 28 minutes. This first session was using APIs, collecting current and past price candles, climbs in Node. Candles are the same thing as climbs, as far as I'm aware. I think they are. So the next step here in our code is going to be to pull the live data from the BitMEX API. So what we're going to do then is use some of this code, because we don't need some of it yet. We're only going to do that after we pull the old data. So we're gonna use this add stream. We're gonna look at this Bitcoin price over time and pull the 1 minutely data from the BitMEX API. So client here, we've already described that above. Our client variable is a BitMEX client, which is the real-time API plugin here that BitMEX provides, and it's going to give us real-time data every minute. The problem with our bot, and the reason why it wasn't profitable at all, is because for each minute, it's giving us information 15 seconds after that minute is complete. Meaning that all the other bots in the world, all the other bots that have strategic partnerships with BitMEX and all that fun stuff, can get that information before we do, act on it faster, and get that profit before we can get it. Again, the idea is not profitability, but rather to get a bot that does stuff. So we'll continue on. So right now, I just added this code here that's going to pull in this minutely data. Let's see what that data looks like by logging the data and running the code again. So then it's going to run after we pull this last 36 minutes worth of data in, and it's going to get us the most recent information here from the server. So what I just did is I added the 1 minute trade box stream, and we pulled that from the server. It got the most recent one. If we wait a minute here, let's see what time it is. If we wait 15 seconds, it's going to pull in another minutely candle in real time, 15 seconds after the minute has completed, and it's going to log that here. As we can see inside our code, we have a whole bunch of different useful stuff. I think my niece is trying to come in the room. Hello, Reggie. I'm doing work. Can you go away for a bit?
Can you put on the
I think Mamu has it. Okay, good stuff. Sorry about that, Haley. And everyone. I love you, Reg. Are you there, Haley?
Yep.
Okay.
I think I was in your screen now.
Oh yeah, I think you did. Let me call you back. Or let me call you back. And we're having technical difficulties with Skype. So let's see what happens here. But we see that we've been pulling in minutely candles ever since we created that code. It's pulling in more candles as we speak here in our console log. Here in our console log, man. Here in our console log, man. And what we're again interested in is the closing price here. Hello, here.
Hello.
Hello. So let me change your screen. Hopefully it'll be the same size as my video. Sorry?
Like this, when you start coding, when you start making a bot, I guess, you open the Windows thing first or the Notepad?
Yeah, the Windows thing first. So the Notepad thing is inside the Windows thing. Now I could do this all on my computer, like my computer without the virtual machine. It's just that the virtual machine allows me to do stuff in an environment where I know where everything is, where everything's set up properly and works, separate from my own operating system. And it also means I can run virtual machines that don't even use the same operating system that I'm using. So I could run Ubuntu, I could run Mac, I could run a whole bunch of other different Linuxes, even Windows 7, Windows XP. I can do a whole bunch of different stuff with different operating systems inside these virtual machines. That's the whole point, really, is that they're encapsulated little things where they can run any operating system.
Okay.
So you know when I use an Android and I don't have like images on Snapchat and stuff, it's because I'm using an Android emulator on the PC to get a virtual machine of Android.
Okay.
Just because I don't have a phone and like I don't have a Linux computer, so I have these Ubuntu VMs to run Linux on this computer.
So you can have your computer on Windows and run Linux using that?
Yeah, exactly. I can have I can have a Linux environment within this little window here using virtual machines. Or this Windows 10 one.
So how do you like submit your bot? Like how do you like?
I mean, it's running right now. So as soon as we get it to in the next sessions here, we'll code it to actually do trades and stuff. And that's basically all that needs to happen. It's just going to run locally. It's going to pull the information in like it is right now. We can see, and then it's going to act on it and do the orders on the local machine. Later, what I'll do is something like this. I'll use Git, which is a package repository or a repository solution for code. And I don't have a Git repository in this directory. So later we're going to put it on this Heroku server. So you see this web address here on Heroku, which is this platform here. So basically we've built the code to work with Heroku because Heroku, like for instance, their internet connectivity is like 100 times faster than mine. So I'll set that up right now and walk through how to do that. But basically what we want to do is we want to use Heroku, which I've installed in this virtual machine, to push this code. And all this code does here, this stuff that I'm entering in the console, is what's going on? What did I do? That's not what I want to do. So we have to clone it. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm grabbing what's on Heroku and putting it into a folder on my local drive. And then what I'll do, and we'll do this all at the end, but I mean, we'll as well do it now too. So I'm going to grab the files that are inside of our bot here. I'm going to throw them on the folder we just created. Oh, it's still being created. My internet is not the greatest. And I might have just broke it by putting files there. I don't know. I might have just broke it. Anyway, so what we're doing to, it's called deploying the bot, by the way. We're going to deploy it onto Heroku by using Git, which is a program that allows us to push files and folders into a repository, which basically keeps track of the changes. So if I was to make a mistake or break my code, like for instance, LiveED was broken earlier today, I couldn't stream, which is why we changed the schedule, why we have time to do this offline recording, and all that fun stuff. Basically, some developer made a mistake, and then to fix the mistake, all they did was in their Git or whatever package repository they use, they rolled back the changes to something that worked. So it keeps track of every change that you make, and you can actually see the logs of changes. You could actually change it to a different commit, which is a different point in time. You can actually see everything that's going on. What's going on with my window here? Okay, well, Git's not working right now. I don't know why.
So as soon as you start typing stuff in, it starts doing it?
Yep, it's just running commands that we run. Because it's smart like that.
Every time you hit enter is when it
Yeah, exactly. It's when it submits something. That's just a console. That's how consoles work. You can run any program from here. It's like that's inside Windows. So here I ran ipconfig, which is just a whole different kind of program. It does different things. So it's telling us our local IP address here. It's basically what people use it for. There's a whole bunch of other stuff you can do in console with any Windows command that exists as a console program. You can actually run GUI programs from the console. So any program or any command you can run from console in Windows will allow you to do different stuff. So right now what we're doing is the Git stuff. So
you type it in your notepad to go into the command prompt.
basically, yeah. It all runs at once and it's all included in a file, but we run it from the command prompt. It basically uses Node, which is how we run it, node app.js. We're telling Node to run this file. So we're feeding the file to Node, and Node's figuring out exactly what to do with it because it's a programming language. It knows all this stuff from like variable stuff that the console doesn't understand. But we're telling the programming language to run it and do everything that we need to do. So what I'm doing now is pushing this stuff to Heroku. But yeah, what else? Really is JavaScript that's on a server and interacts with you by running a local server. And all JavaScript is the one of the oldest programming languages that exists to do stuff with websites. So when you run it on a server, you get a whole bunch of other benefits, like you get to be able to use packaged libraries instead of including files in your JavaScript, which means you can do stuff on the server. You can actually use interfaces like Express we're using in our code in order to so we're deploying the bot right now, by the way, putting it on Heroku, like I just said. Anyway, so Heroku is building it, and we can see as it does stuff here. But yeah, so basically Node allows you to do a whole bunch of different stuff, and then there's other programming languages that allow you to do kind of the same stuff, just in a different way. So you use different code, you do it a little bit differently, you use different libraries, and basically each has its own benefit and disadvantage. We're using Node really because it's easy to do, it's easy to understand, it's much easier to type than like Python or other languages, and it's one of the more recent and updated ones. As it stands is now on Heroku, which means I can visit this website where Heroku put it, and you'll see that the log that I updated earlier to include that list is actually updating with that list on this website where we put the code. And it's going to act a lot faster than our code could locally, and it's also going to act all the time, even when I shut my computer down.
So earlier you said local host, and then you gave like a number.
Yeah.
That's your IP address?
That's the IP address for any computer when it's trying to access itself. So the IP address 127.0.0.1, it stands for localhost. It's like the home or local IP for every computer or every device. And that's just a trick that people know to access web servers or things that are running on a local computer. The IP address that you have on your network, you can get through. So here's on my regular computer. This is not the virtual machine. If I run ipconfig, I can see my address is 192.168.0.8, which means that on this local network here, 192.168.0, that's the local network. I'm the 8th computer connected to that network in sequence. So IP addresses are just the way that the internet maps connectivity to different devices. And for every device everywhere in the world, 127.0.0.1 or localhost as a host name will get you to that whatever that device is doing for itself.
So if I typed it on my laptop, then it would.
Yeah, you could type it in your laptop, but you're not running a web server. So what you could do is you could actually use a program called ping, which is basically sending a transmission to a website. So you could ping google.com and see how long it's going to take to get responses from Google. So you see my ping to Google is about, meaning the round trip time it takes to get data to and from Google is an average of 43 milliseconds. But if I was to ping localhost, which is my own machine, you're going to see that it's immediate. It's less than 1 millisecond to get data to and from your local host or your 127.0.0.1. Now, if I ping my router, it's going to take a little bit longer than that. but less time than Google.
So ping is a site, not like a site, but
Command.
what do you call it?
It's just a command inside Windows and Linux and a whole bunch of other operating systems.
Okay. So node is like.
Yeah, node is just a different command. Node is just to run the code using the node programming language. Ping is to ping stuff and see the amount of time it takes to get data to and from something.
Okay, so when you ping something that's asking for a time like between.
Yep, which it's just going to give you all this information here, which is it's going to send a bunch of different pieces of information to a server. So in our case, we use 3 different servers. We use the router, our own local host, and Google. And just see how long that round trip is. That was just an example of how networking works and how IPs work and stuff, and your local host in 127.0.0.1. That's actually not really that relevant for this stuff, but it is important to know, but people should already know that coming in here. But you don't, I guess, so it's okay to explain it. We have 5 minutes. Do you have anything else to ask?
Markup code is HTML.
HTML is one kind of markup code. The stuff you do on Wikipedia is another.
So what kind is this? Is this HTML?
No, this is not even markup code. So markup code means you use plain English and like surround it in stuff. Like if we were to look up the well, you know how Wikipedia works. So when you surround a word in like the word bold or whatever, I don't really know how it works, but that's basically how it works. It'll bold that statement. And our code here is node code basically. It's code that only Node understands. It does it in a certain way. Like if you were to have, for instance, if this was Python, all this stuff would be different. Like the keywords would be different. This would be def and then a function name in Python. So you see that everything's different, and it's just giving the code and framing it in a certain way and building it in a certain way and having the open and close quotes and stuff in a way that Node understands and can do the stuff that you're telling it to do.
So at the end where it says verify and deploy, is that like something that you typed in or you hit enter and all that stuff?
It came out, yeah. This is output from the command that we entered. So it means that all this stuff was stuff that the command figured out to tell us what it's doing. To tell you the truth, what we could do for the last, no, I guess we can't. I guess we will do another session. I was thinking we could cut it short right here in an hour, but we still have to do the last 1 or 2 sessions to do the rest of the code. Because we all we really need to do to fulfill the requirements of the live stream or the contract that I had to deliver was about 5 hours. So we're around 5 hours now, or just under 5 hours. So we'll do another whole hour-long session, and then after we upload these 2 videos and start the live stream schedule for today, we'll be on in about an hour and 20 minutes for about 2 hours, and then again 3 more times until 1 o'clock in the morning. So I hope everybody's happy. I hope you're happy, Haley. I hope this is going to be a lot of fun. The learning requirements that we just covered are how to pull the live and historical candle data from BitMEX API clients or libraries, 2 different ones, and display those in the console and on the website. So guys, we're at 57 minutes, and I'm going to kill the stream. We're going to break for a cigarette, and we'll be back to do another recording. Then we're going to be live streaming all day. Thank you, Haley.
Yeah.
So we're just going to close the recording. Hello, people of the internet. I think we're recording. We're about 5 seconds in. Hello, Haley.
Hello.
Hello. So we're going to continue on with our live stream, or recorded sessions actually for this live stream. So the next session here is applying the strategy to the collected data. So again, we're going to use 3 different momentum strategies, which is just the change in price over time. So if over 36 minutes is continually going up or continually going down, we'll enter into a buy or sell order. I have all this code saved from a previous bot that I created to do the order directly with BitMEX API using leverage. First you have to call the leverage function, and then you have to call the buy or sell function. So we'll do that in this session. We're also going to do updating the graph that we have to track our profitability versus XBT USD over time. Again, our profitability is not going to work because my balance is 0, but we'll still code the other half. So let's go back to our Windows VM and our code. So what I want to do then is, now that we have our list of prices over the last 36 minutes and then continually with live data, we want to call, what do we want to call? Who are we going to call? Ghostbusters. Here we go. All this code is what we're looking to do. So we'll copy it and throw it in here. Now I was coding this in real time for the last time I made this code, but Now that I already have it, I can just copy and paste it. So we'll go over what that just did. We're going to save the first value, which is an array of momentum indicators. And we're going to actually do a third one that I don't have in the code because we want to do 3 different ones. This is actually funny because this is the end code for our contract on the popular marketplace of freelancing that I don't want to share with you guys. So pretend you didn't see this code the way it was. What we want to do is pull 3 different momentum prices or indicators from our list. So our list, again, is list 3. We're going to go 12 period, which is 12 minutes, 24 minutes, and 36 minutes, and pull in the data. Now what we're going to do is get the last value in the indicator for each of these into a variable. Which is what these 3 lines of code do. Then we're going to log the indicators to the console. Then what we're going to do is put them inside the web log on the web server with a new line character, which is this break line thing. That's just HTML code that we're adding to the log. And we're going to call it 12, 36, and 24. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the buy and sell signal. So here's the buy signal here. If the first indicator is above 0, the second indicator is above 0, and the third indicator is above 0, we're going to go into a buy signal. We're going to set a flag to true, meaning that we are buying, which we'll use later for something else. I'll explain that when we get there. We're going to call the leverage function, which we don't actually have in our code yet because we haven't put it here, but we're going to call the leverage function in order to make sure that we have the leverage set. In our case, we're going to use spot or 0 leverage, like just buying and selling at regular price, so that we're not exposed to any risk. So we call our leverage function, and then we call our buy function for the buy signal. We're going to call this function here buy. We're going to feed it the bid price of Bitcoin at that particular point in time, because that's where we want to set our stop limit order, or rather our limit order is to buy as a maker, so that we don't pay any fees on that, or we actually get a rebate in fees on BitMEX. So it's giving us extra money just for helping to move the order book along. So we'll call the buy function, and we'll feed it that price so that we can buy at that price. Or else, if this indicator is not true, our buy flag is set to false. We actually need these variables up here. We don't have them already. Var into buy equals false. Var into sell equals false. So again, these are global variables that can be set, and they're kept during the execution of the program. So if the indicator is not true, then this variable is false. And then we go ahead and have our sell signal. So actually, we're going to go ahead and add the third indicator here. If each of them are less than 0, we're going to sell. We're going to set the flag for into sell to true. We're going to call the leverage function again. And again, it's going to be at spot. Then we're going to sell using the sell function and feed it the ask of the current Bitcoin price in order to enter into that. So if that's not true, then into sell, that flag again is false. And what that means here is this next little if directive. So if both of these flags are false, what that means is we're in between our different indicators. So if one of them is true, that means the other one is definitely not true. And if either of them are false, or actually if both of them are false, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and look for any open orders that we've created in the last 36 minutes, and we're going to cancel all those open orders using the exchange.cancelOrder function of our good old CCXT. So basically, why the reason I did that is because the bot that I was copying, or the indicator strategy on TradingView, said that you should cancel all open orders if the indicator was to go away. That means if the buying or selling signal was to go away, we're going to cancel that outstanding order that wasn't activated, because we're using limit orders for the ask or bid, meaning that if the price was to go in the opposite direction immediately, those orders would not have filled, meaning we want to cancel those orders if they still exist. And that's what this code here does. So the next thing I need those functions. I need the leverage function, I need the buy function, and I need the sell function. Now I've had these functions for a long time. Right here, buy, leverage. Now I'm not going to walk through these. Basically, they're using the request library to do different stuff, to make requests to the good old BitMEX API. So we'll go over them kind of a little bit. So the leverage function is going to call this leverage endpoint of the API. It's going to feed it the leverage of 0, meaning that we want to use spot on this particular pair. And you have to do this in the code every time you want to go and buy and sell so that it knows what kind of leverage to use. It's going to go ahead and create the request and send that off to the server, and then it's going to log the result of that request. Our buy function, where are we? Our sell function is going to call the order endpoint, and it's going to go ahead and feed it that same symbol. We want to always be trading Bitcoin US dollar. We're going to use a -1 times the lot for the order quantity. So the lot is set here. We're going to trade this much Bitcoin at a time for each of our buy and sell signals just for now. We could use that as a variable of our balance if we wanted to, but right now we're just going to use a small amount of Bitcoin. -1 times that size, I mean, this is going to be just that negative number. It's going to be this not number but negative, and that means to do a sell instead of a buy. So the only difference between our buy and sell functions really is this -1 times. That doesn't exist in the buy function. And we're going to do a limit order. We're going to send that to the server and log the response. Here for buy, you see that the order quantity is just the lot. It's not -1 times the lot, means that we're going to use the positive number and buy that asset, which is again Bitcoin US dollar. We're going to send that to the server and log the result. And that's that. Now, I have no idea if where are we? We're in the wrong folder. I have no idea if the indicator is going to be either positive or negative right now because we haven't looked at the chart. I could look at the chart and see what's going on. Gonna move Haley. So it looks like it's been down over the last 12 minutes. It's been down over the last 24 minutes, and it's been down over the last 36 minutes. So we might actually get a sell signal here. No, I broke something. Something says undefined. I wonder what that is. So it's my third console log that I have here, whoever it is. So it's because I used the wrong member of the third val array to pull the last instance of the third val array. So now that we have that fixed and it's pulling from the right array, nope, we still have an undefined result. What did I break here? What did I break? What did I break? Maybe list 3 isn't 36 long. Let's see if that's the case. Console.log, list3.link. If it doesn't have 36 values, then it can't pull in 36 to do the calculation. We'll find out in a sec. We'll find out in a sec. It's 37 long, so I don't know why this is undefined. No, it's actually, yeah, that's right, it's still undefined. So it's 37 long. I wonder what the third val variable is. And again, whenever you run into an issue with code, don't panic. Just run through what you're doing. Try to figure out what you're up to. Try to figure out what's going on. Output the variables that you're trying to use and see what's going on. So my third val variable is empty. Why is that? Let's try instead of 36, we'll do a period of 6 to see if it pulls in, or if it does the calculation with less pieces of data. Because I think the issue that we're facing is that there isn't enough data in there to pull the last 36. There we go. So it's working now. Third val gives us a result, which is this array here, and then our 3 values here are all negative, which means that we actually go into a sell signal. Now, when I entered into the sell function, it's giving me this issue that I have an invalid API key. Now, I know that my API key is valid because I just created it. I think that BitMax API gives you this error if you have 0 balance and you try to buy or sell, which I do. So we know this is working the way that we expect, which is great. And that's that first little bit of code, is to get all the buying and selling and indicators to work properly. So if all of these were positive, meaning that the price has gone up over the last 36 minutes, this would have done a buy signal. And if any of these were negative or positive, but not all of one or the other, it would do nothing at that point, which is most of the time. But right now it's all negative. So let's take a short break and see what questions Haley has.
So when you okay, when you thought that you messed, or when you messed up earlier and you went to go fix it, I kind of got lost.
That's okay. All that was happening was that for some reason, this console log here, where we were trying to log the third indicator, was giving me an undefined result. And then when I tried to figure out what was in this list here that we were trying to create called third val, I saw that it was also empty, meaning this var3 thing didn't work at all, meaning that the console log here was giving me an undefined. So because I had an empty list, I thought, well, maybe because it's trying to use the last 36 values in the last 36 minutes in the candles, it didn't have enough data. So I changed it to 6, which changed our strategy a little bit. So now it's looking over the last 24 minutes and seeing if there's 2 confirmations of the trend instead of 36 minutes. Because I changed it to 6, and now that it has enough data to do the calculation, it's actually giving us a result for this new line of code here. And now we have a third val, and now we have 3, and now it's giving us console.log3, which is right here. That's all I did, is I changed the amount of data it was looking at.
And
What?
sorry.
No,
Go up. Okay.
What?
Will you go up a little bit? It's like the one, it's like a website kind of, not like body part.
Where are we?
And it's like a variable,
Which one?
and you changed it to true.
Yep. In a couple different places, we have these variables that change to true. So the into buy and into sell are just flags. So basically, they're set to false at the very beginning of our program right here. And when we set them to true, it's just because we want to know that that indicator was true. So when we ran this code, it saw that it wanted to sell something, which means it changed this into sell variable here to true, wherever it is. Right there. So it ran this little piece of code. Basically, it's saying that this all here in this if thing is true. It's all less than 0, meaning we set the flag to true, meaning we don't cancel orders because we want that order to execute if it does create itself, as long as this is still true. And it's calling our leverage and sell functions.
Okay.
And all that flag really means, Haley, is that when it gets down to this point here in the code, is if both of them are false, it's going to cancel any pending orders.
So if it's true, it's gonna
Create an order,
It's
yeah.
false.
And if it's false, if both of them are false, if it's both not buying and not selling, it's going to cancel all open orders, which is this code right here. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, sounds good. So what we'll do next is we'll go ahead and do the last part of this session, which is to update our graph, because right now we'll see our graph actually isn't doing anything if I run the code again. Go back to our website on localhost. You'll see that the graph isn't doing anything. We actually have nothing in the log either, unless I refresh now. So now we have our indicators showing us stuff in the log. We're going to remove this log of that array that we threw in here. So I'm going to rerun this code. We're going to get rid of this first line of output, and it's just going to give us our 3 indicators. So our 3 indicators, again, are going to be 12, 24, and 6, not 36. So, hold on. What we're doing now is we're just updating the web interface to be more helpful. So again, we're not going to be able to do part of the web interface being helpful, the graph here. We're not going to be able to do profitability over time because we don't have the ability to divide 0 by 0 in order to get our good old profitability from the balance. But what we will add and get working here is the price of Bitcoin US dollar over time. So what we need is the first BTC price saved as a global variable. And then the first time that we pull in we actually also need a flag for our first equals false. So for the first time that we pull in a real-time price, if the first flag equals true, so only on the first run, first we'll set that flag to false, oops, meaning it's not going to happen again. And then what we'll do is make that first BTC variable equal to the close price at that time. First BTC equals this. And then what we're going to do is going to graph the difference, and I actually got to pull the code here. We're going to pull the difference using this math here. the difference in that first price and the current price over time, and save it to our list that we don't have yet, which we're going to push to the web server and get it to graph. We're going to save it using the timestamp at that time, as well as the math to figure out the price at that time. So var this equals a list, and then we save it. And I think that should be all we really need to do. All we really need to do to get that to graph. So we'll let it run for a couple minutes and get a couple different data points in there so you can see the graph update. And all it's doing again is graphing the percent change of Bitcoin and US dollars over time. So that should have, did I get an error here? Nope.
So Node isn't running the graph, localhost is?
Node is running it on localhost. So Node is putting up a web server onto localhost, which is serving this graph.
Okay.
Now the graph isn't working for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. What did I break? What did I break? I think the variable doesn't make sense. I think we're getting an error on the variable because I have a different variable in here. I called it F last time I did it, but we called it first BTC this time. Yeah, so Node is running the code and interpreting the code and doing what the code says. Part of that code says run a web server. That's the thing called Express, which I explained in the previous live stream. We're also still not graphing. What's going on here? What did I break? What did I break? Let's log this here. So we're trying to push stuff to our graph here, but it's only getting part of it, not all of it. I also want to hide all the other console.logs, so I'm going to do a search and replace in all of my code and hide all of the console logs by commenting it out. Because I only want to see what I'm interested in seeing in my log, which is this this list here that we're trying to update with the time. What did I break? What did I break? I did something bad. So I guess let's not hide all the console logs since that broke whatever I was just trying to do. Let's just hide some of them. That's all I really want to hide, I think. It broke my code when I tried to do that, but never panic, guys, because you can always fix it. So it's not a number is why that's not graphing. So it's graphing at the time, but for whatever reason my math is giving me a not a number result, which means that something in here isn't working right. First BTC, did I save that? Let's see if we can get console.log first BTC to work. I'm sure Haley has questions.
You said web interface, and I didn't really.
Web interface is just the website that we're looking at.
Okay.
Which is the one that we're making Node deliver to our local host there. And the error that I was having all along here was that I originally set my flag to false, meaning that when it tried to do this if statement here to see if it was true, it was not going through this code here and saving my first value, which means now we have a graph that works. It's going to start at actually 0 because there's no change in the price since it first checked. But over the next few minutes, we'll see this graph update, and that'll be the end of our deliverable. And the learning objective here was to first, what was it again? First, apply the strategy and get buy and sell orders, and then update the graph to track profitability, which we can't do, as well as Bitcoin US dollar over time, which we can do. And we'll see update here when we get more minutely data in. Now, Peter is talking to me. About what I just provided in there. What time are we? Let's see if this is an update. It's going to update in the next 15 seconds. Hopefully we have a different Bitcoin price so we can show you the price change graph over time. The price change graph, man. Here we go. It's actually not changed, unfortunately, but we can see the graph paint itself anyway. with a straight line. But that's basically what we're looking to do. So what?
So it's at 0, right?
Yep, that means 0% change since the first of when it started looking at the price. What's up?
I'm just trying to figure out how that. That's my question.
That's okay. Just say what comes to mind.
So, flags are if it's true or false.
Usually, yeah. A flag could be anything, but in our case, we're looking at to see if something has changed, or whether a flag basically means. Well, what I mean by a flag is we're checking to see if the flag is one color or a different color, meaning if it's true or false. If it is true, then we just set it to false. We turn the flag off, meaning we don't want to do this code again. We only want to do it the very first time. We could set it again to true if we wanted to do this code again. That's why I call it a flag. Is just because you're changing the color or pattern of the flag. By the way, our graph did update with a change now. So you see the price of Bitcoin is a little bit higher than it was before.
So you would use this graph to buy and sell Bitcoin?
Well, just to see the price change over time. The idea of this graph really is that we're supposed to have our profitability of our bot also graph here, but I can't do that because I have a zero balance on BitMEX. Basically, when I try to code the profitability over time, it's going to do 0 divided by 0 and give us that novel number again and not graph that part. Because you can't, like if you do 0 divided by 0 in calculator, it's going to tell you you're ridiculous. See?
Okay. So the purpose of doing...
the graph is just so you know. Just so you can see, because if I have a bot, Haley, and it makes me 1% every day, that's no good if Bitcoin's going up 5% every day, because I could have just bought Bitcoin and held it. That's why we're doing it.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
What like the main...
The reason for the graph is only so our own knowledge. Basically, you would see 2 lines on this graph. If I had it working the way that I wanted it to work, I would have my profitability in percent over time on top of this with like a green color. And you could see if the bot was more profitable than holding Bitcoin. Because right now, if we held Bitcoin from this minute to this minute, it would be like 0.01% more than it was worth this minute. Right?
Yeah. Would you use the same type of script to do stuff on other sites?
Yep, you can do basically the same type of script to do any other Bitcoin exchange. You could do you could use Node to do other kinds of APIs on other sites. Like I've built it to work with like I mean everything. I've built Node scripts to do Facebook stuff. It's just a matter of using different libraries and different endpoints and different APIs to do different stuff.
Sorry, I was just reading what was on your sheet.
That's okay. This is just my boss at the live EDU place.
I seen in the writing up there was something that said client ad stream.
Apparently, I muted that live stream that I just gave him. Sorry, what are you saying though?
Is it about a client ad stream?
Yeah, that was adding the real-time data. So basically, we'll only be notified every time there's a new minute's worth of data on the server. So we added that stream, a very specific stream to pull in that minutely data.
Okay.
That's all that did.
And a signature, that doesn't mean anything specific?
The signature basically it's the code that you give the API in order to tell it that you're authorized to do the buying and selling using that account. So it's using the API key and the just make sure that the API knows is you. He says there's 14 minutes worth of a break on this last stream we did.
There's a 14-minute break.
I I guess so, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. I don't see it yet. Like a mute? I don't know if I muted myself, though.
I heard you.
Yeah. Well, we'll see once it loads the full... Oh, yeah, it's right here. This whole... Did we do a break there? No, we never did a break in the last live stream, or the last recording.
Our phone call.
Oh, it's, it's when my Android game froze. And it didn't record. Well, do you have any more questions about what we just did? Because we might kill this last session here and get ready for the live stream.
No, you explained that pretty well.
All right, I think we're good. So he wants me to do a recording over what we were doing inside the video. I guess I could do that here in the next little while before we get ready for our live stream. I wonder if we were doing anything useful. Let's see what... Okay, well, we'll kill this one, and Haley, just be ready for 5 o'clock our time, and we'll get ready for the live stream where we have actual people viewing us and hopefully chatting us.
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you.